Okay, the first 30 minutes of our meeting is made available for open forum. If we finish early, then we will go into the business part of the meeting. Otherwise, if for some reason I'm unable to call you during the first meeting part of open forum, we do have open forum at the end of the meeting, and that's pretty much unrestricted in time. You get 4 minutes for it. Ms. Gina Bolston. Welcome, Ms. Bolston.
Good evening. I'm going to talk quickly because I have a lot to say. For those of you who don't know me, I am Gina Boylston, president and owner of Lewis Boylston Realty and Auction Incorporated. We are located in downtown Pensacola at 114 West Wright Street for the past 35 years. We are a full-service auction company and have conducted hundreds of auctions selling thousands of vehicles and equipment, as well as real estate, machinery, estates, bankruptcies, and more, and have provided auction services to the city of Pensacola for 35 years. Today, I'm seeking answers to questions I have about a recent bid process for auction services with the city of Pensacola. Your constituents need to know why an antique auctioneer whose bid was deficient was awarded an auction services contract at a higher percentage rate against the recommendation of 2 city departments and with no experience selling vehicles. Of more importance, actually, is the unfairness surrounding the bid process. Each year, I contact city staff to discuss the upcoming auction, which is typically held in the spring. This year, I was informed that the mayor's office had received requests from other auction companies asking to bid on auction services for surplus vehicles and equipment. It is not unusual for other companies to seek out contracts and bid on services, so I waited for the bid packet to arrive. On April 2nd, 2012, I received the request for quote to bid for auction services, which stipulated that bids were to be returned no later than May 2nd, 2012. On May 19th, I received an email that the mayor had chosen a local antique auctioneer for auctioneer services. I'm naturally curious, so I made a public records request of the bids received, of which there were 2, mine and one from Garth's Antique and Auction Gallery. I also requested and received emails between city staff concerning the auction. This is what I found. The mayor awarded the contract to an antique auctioneer whose bid was 10%. My company's bid was 8%. Not only had he awarded the contract, but he did so before the bids were due on May the 2nd, as evidenced by an email on April 19th from City Administrator Bill Reynolds to the purchasing director, and I quote, "George, the mayor would like to use Mr. Winston Garth, our auctioneer, for surplus city equipment. He can be reached at 456-7192. Please coordinate with him. Thanks, Bill." The mayor and his staff could not have reviewed my bid because I didn't submit it until May 2nd, 2012. Again, they chose my bid before, they chose who they were going to choose before my bid was submitted. So statements that the firms were comparable and that I'd had the auction for decades meant nothing. The bid request specifically required that the vendor provide documentation of similar auctions in 3 recent years, which I provided. Mr. Garth's proposal contained 1 surplus auction in which he sold lawn maintenance equipment and general surplus, not 1 titled vehicle. His bid is deficient and fails to meet the criteria outlined in the request for quote, and his percentage is higher than mine. Mr. Garth's proposal demonstrates fully and completely that his specialty is antiques, not vehicles. Council members, I assure you that some of the vehicles we have auctioned for the city are old, but they are not antiques. Vehicle auctions are highly complex systems, and it takes years of experience to develop such a system. In comparison, we have a proven record of selling thousands of vehicles titled, a mailing list of thousands of buyers who regularly attend our vehicle and equipment auctions, trained staff to streamline the sale and transfer 50 to 100 vehicle titles in a matter of 2 to 3 hours under extreme pressure outdoors, 2 city departments involved in the auction process stating that our operation is turnkey and that we have performed outstandingly and recommended our selection. We completed and submitted a complete bid packet with no deficiency at an 8% gross fee. So at a time when the mayor's office is touting cutting expenses, why would you hire an antique auctioneer who has not demonstrated any expertise in the specialty of selling vehicles and pay them more? Unfortunately, the true issue here is the unfairness of this bid process. I have contacted the mayor's office and received no response, so I was compelled to come speak before you to let you know and the citizens of the city of Pensacola exactly how this bid process went. And as my daddy always said, there ain't no half-fresh egg. It's either fresh or it's rotten, and in my opinion, this one is rotten. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Boylston. Now, Mr. Weiss has her light on, and Ms. Myers, and I suspect before we're finished discussing this, every council member is going to want to talk to you. We can do this one of two ways. We can do it now, talk now about it, but I've got several cards for open forum here in the first half. Or we could ask Ms. Boylston to stay for new business and do our inquiries there, and then we would have as much time as we needed to do that. Would you be willing to stay till new business?
I certainly would, absolutely.
Okay. Do you still need to say anything?
That's what I was going to suggest.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Thank you, Ms.
all.
Boylston.
Appreciate it.
Jacqueline Jefferson. Welcome, Ms. Jefferson.
How you doing? Good afternoon to all. My name is Jacqueline Jefferson. I'm the president of the Tenant Association for District 3. And the reason I'm here is because we're having a lot of problem with flooding from the retention pond that's located on Fisher and 11th, between 11th and 12th Avenue. And this is like the third time I've been on a flood. I'm normally not the one to complain, but I've been out there over, I would say, 15 years. And every time the retention pond floods, they come back with some kind of new situation. The first time we flooded was back in 1998, and George came through. And about 2 o'clock that morning, I saw a flashing light, and I'm wondering, where's flashing light going around here with all this water? Me, with my nosy self, as they say, I got up just to see where the light was going. And sure enough, they went, and we was already flooded. Majority of everybody was gone. My house did not flood in 98, but my vehicle did because it was in the parking lot, and the parking lot is a little lower than what the apartments are. So at 2 o'clock in the morning, I go to see where the light was coming from, and it was coming from, I guess, some kind of utility truck from the city, but they was shooting, it was 2 of them. They had these huge holes I've never seen before, and they were shooting water out the retention pond across 12th Avenue. Okay, I'm looking at this water, and I'm talking about it was huge, these holes were. Okay, when they did that, all the water receded. Okay, then we flooded back in 2005. 2005, the reason they say we flooded then was because of the drainage system was not being kept clean. All the debris, when it rained, periodically, day by day, whenever, the rain would bring down debris like leaves, because there's a lot of oak trees and things, because I stay what they call a historic area. Okay, the debris had came in and it like covered the drain system. And the reason it came in and like covered the drain system because the drain system was already cracked and broke, because most of the drain system is on the corner of a road. And when a lot of people, I guess when they turn, they hit some and they break some and they damages them. But anyway, I went down again to see what they was doing after we flooded in 2005 that May. Anyway, they was down there tearing up the drain system, cleaning them out, rebuilding them. Just redoing the whole drainage system. Okay, that's 2005 we flooded. Okay, we flooded Saturday. And after 2005, we feel that we was not gonna flood it anymore because they came out in 2005, I say around 2006 or 7, I don't know exactly when it was, but they put some huge pipes all the way down 11th Avenue, under the ground, under this road, under 11th Avenue. And these huge cement pipes, supposed to be like, was going to retain some of the water that's supposed to be directed to the retention pond, would be able to be retained inside of these huge pipes that was underground on 11th and Fisher. Okay, so we wasn't worried about flooding anymore. Okay, then we flooded Saturday. When we flooded Saturday, that was the worstest flood that I have seen since I've been there. And I guess the reason, because first and foremost, the rain was so heavy. It wasn't like, light and stop light. It was constantly coming down heavy. Okay, and then when they paved some of the new roads, they got it all running down to this retention pond. And this retention pond cannot hold all of that water. And when I asked several people, I think one of them was Mr. Owens, I think that's his name. I called him back, that was years in 2005 or 2007, somewhere back up in there. And I called him, and he told me, he said, Ms. Jefferson, he said, I understand what you're saying. He said, but we cannot go any deeper with that retention pond because they claim they're hit water. They say they can't widen it because it'll be on other people's property. All I'm saying is that something need to be done about that retention pond. I mean, if it go on other people's property, the way I see it, buy the property. They buy everything else, buy the property, because people are steadily losing homes, cars, vehicles, and they got all that water directly to that retention pond. And I mean, it's been going on, like I say, since 1998 that I know of. And the amazing thing of it is, people like me, I know, that it's more than likely it probably would flood. So some of my items were in plastic containers, like the storage containers.
Okay, Ms. Jefferson, the time is up here. I probably could give you a few more seconds, but what
Okay, all I'm asking is that see what can be done about that retention pond, or either what can be done about the roads not directing all that water to that retention pond.
But I'd like to ask Mr. Bill Reynolds, the city administrator, to give a brief response.
The brief response is that we'll take a look at it. The bigger issue is, and this is what I touched on at the committee of the whole meeting on Monday, we had a significant event this last time, and it frankly challenged many of our engineering that we have done, especially since our pre-2000. Since 2000, when the council adopted the stormwater project, there's been 80% better discharge of stormwater than there had previously. But we're still not through developing the stormwater system for the city. What most people don't realize is that the majority of the older parts of the city are only designed for a 3.5 year event, something that happens every 3.5 years. This was at least a 100-year event that we experienced. So we will continue to improve our stormwater facilities. Excuse me, and I'll certainly have somebody go down and take a look at that particular one.
You're saying that 80% of the problems have been corrected, but it must not have been in the district that I stayed in, because it was not corrected at all the way I see it, because we've been flooding from day one, and we continue to flood. No matter what they try to do, we continue to flood. And I don't think it's right for us to have to just suffer, because a lot of people feel like they can't. The way I see it, if they could send a man to the moon, they could find somewhere to put a little water.
And ma'am, clearly, if we could spend all the money in the world, we could design a system for the city where it would never flood.
Well, let me ask you this. They tell me they got a new system downtown on Florida Blanca and Romana. Know those new apartments and those new houses down by the Civic Center?
And
I used to live there. I used to live there when it flooded, when the water would come up to our waist.
That area, I was down there on Saturday, it was flooded. The area in front of this building was
flooded. How much money did they spend to call themselves using that land to irrigate that water?
Okay, Ms. Jefferson, we can't get into an argument here. We've got your name and address, and either Mr. Reynolds or somebody from his staff will be contacting you, and they will be out there to take a look at that drainage system.
We will have Public Works coming out again and take a look at it, absolutely.
That'll be fine, thanks.
And thank you for coming down here, Ms. Jefferson. Okay. Okay, Jomita Carter?
Mr. President.
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Gerald, yes.
Yes. I'm the one that invited Ms. Jefferson down here today, and I witnessed the flooding on Saturday. And based on what Mr. Reynolds is saying, as compared to what Ms. Jefferson is saying, the incident of this past Saturday was a test of the improvements that were allegedly made to that drainage system. My point is that it failed the test. And I'm willing to work with Mr. Reynolds, with Public Works and others to go over there, take a look at that drainage pond, that holding pond, and see what corrections can be made. I can't expect people to live in the fear of a repeated incident of flooding when they lose property and other things at the same time. So if there's another design that we can consider, I'd appreciate it if we follow up or follow through on getting someone to go over there, take a look at that situation and see if it can be corrected. Thank you.
And Mr. Reynolds, if you would please, coordinate with Mr. Gerald so that he have an opportunity to be out there when Public Works is.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you. Welcome, Ms. Carter.
Hi there, thank you, sir. Thank you for all y'all time right now. I just want this problem to be resolved. My van got flooded. and I had to go take it to John Butler's, and they paid me off. I didn't have no insurance on that. My car almost flooded. It'll be 5 years in October that I will be standing in the same area that Ms. Jefferson stays in. I just don't want this to happen to me. I got heart problems, got high blood pressure. I broke my toe. I just went to the doctor yesterday. I found out my toe was broken. The water was coming in so fast, and when the men was out there doing the road last year, putting the pipes in, and I sat there and I watched them every day when they did that. And I said, "Oh, I'm so happy. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Oh, we're gonna get a break now." That's because I said I don't want to flood. So my neighbor, she was the one that advised me that it happened to her years ago too, when wherever that hurricane was. I just don't want this to happen to me or my grandkids anymore. And I live a nice environment life. I'm trying to get me a house. Until then, I just don't want. I want to break out the house and have to call an ambulance, and I hope the helicopter will have to come and get me. But thank you for your time.
Okay, and thank you, ma'am. Ms. Diana Tift.
Testing.
Yes.
Okay, I'm here to complain. My name is Diana Tift. I am deaf, and I do watch the city council meetings on TV, and they don't have any closed captioning, and I'm not really happy about that. I would like to know what's going on here in the city of Pensacola, and it's not fair for deaf people or hard of hearing people that have lost their hearing, and they don't understand what y'all are saying. The camera doesn't show everybody, and you can't read your lips, so it's just not fair. So I would like for y'all to set up closed captioning for the city council meeting. Are y'all able to fix that situation?
Okay, and thank you. Ms. Myers.
Yes, I know that Ms. Tiff has been trying to get the city for some time to address the issue of how people who are deaf and hearing impaired have access to city council meetings that are televised. And since Ms. Tiff is here, I was wondering if Mr. Reynolds could give her an update on that, so she doesn't have to wait throughout the whole meeting if she doesn't want to stay.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I've written to Ms. Tift on several occasions. And the original complaint was that it was a requirement to have closed captioning. We had our legal department take a look at the issue. We did not agree that that was the case. However, in my first letter to Ms. Tift, I did say, but regardless of whether it's a legal requirement or not, it doesn't mean whether or not it's not the right thing to do. And I promised her at that point that we would take a look at the issue. And essentially it comes down to a funding issue. She then wrote another letter back. And
So why can't you contact the FCC?
Well, that's exactly what we did. In matter of fact, in the second letter to Ms. Tift, I specifically said that our legal staff had contacted the FCC and requested some help on the issue and a clarification on what was required and not required. And we haven't received any word back yet at this point. But I would love for the FCC to give us a response on the issue, because obviously if it's required, then it certainly becomes more of a high priority budget issue. At this point, again, I'm not saying it's not the right thing to do, and we're still looking at essentially what it would cost us to actually implement it in the city.
Do you have any ballpark figure on what that would cost?
No, sir, I do not.
Okay. Ms. Myers?
Yes, I'm going to bring this up again under new business. I have a question for the city attorney regarding this, but I'll reserve it until new business.
Okay, and thank you. And Ms. Tiff, you still have some time left.
No, I just want to get closed caption. You know, deaf people do have the right to watch this. It's just not fair. It's not fair to leave the deaf people out. They don't know what's going on. It's just not fair. Okay. You know, hearing people, they seem to be able to get everything, but deaf people aren't. It just needs to be equal access.
Okay, and thank you, Ms. Tiff, for coming down.
Thank you.
Mr. Marlon Mueller. Welcome.
Hi, President Hall, council people, and Chief. A few meetings ago, we tried to have a discussion on the homeless here, and that didn't seem to go real well. But I was challenged, or we were challenged as, by the way, I'm part of Occupy. I'm interested in better government. And we were challenged to come up with a plan, what to do. And we had been actually working on a plan for a couple of months prior to that. So I'm here to invite the council to put on the docket for the meeting of the whole 1 month from last Monday. I'm not sure what the date is. For that discussion, and we will bring our plan of how to deal with many of the issues, not only the homeless, but the underemployed, which we feel will, by dealing with those issues with our plan, will help the all aspects of the economy, will help the rich and middle class as well as the underemployed, and would sure like to be able to bring this to you.
Well, Mr. Mueller, what we'll do is I'm sitting here writing notes now. We'll bring that up in new business and see what we can do. July, maybe August, but one of those 2 months, I'm sure we'll get that on there for you. Okay. How much time do you think? And I'm not talking about the discussion that may come with it, but just to do the presentation. How long do you think that would take?
5 minutes. All we'll do is an overview.
Okay.
So, and I wanted to congratulate you guys on the fact that you had a hard time talking about the homeless, but didn't mind spending a lot of time on chickens. Thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. All right, Miss Diane Mack.
Good evening, council members, Mr. President. Thank you. I'm here to speak in behalf of Gina Boylston, whom I met today for the first time, and in condemnation of an unjust process, and to talk a little bit about the city's code of ethics. Let me read you something. This is from section 2.6.3, prohibitions of the City of Pensacola Code of Ethics, which is an ordinance. Paragraph G. An official or employee of the City of Pensacola may not, directly or indirectly, treat anyone preferentially or in any other manner that is not generally accorded to city residents. I happen to be on the distribution list for the string of emails and the whole process of the purchasing of auction services for the City of Pensacola. And council members, I will tell you that the test I thought was, okay, in that, if any of you had a chance to read it, Mr. Reynolds happens to reply to Mr. Mayberger when Mr. Mayberger points out that Boylston was the low bid, and that's a savings a little over $2,000. Mr. Reynolds said, well, that's really a minimal difference, and the mayor wants to spread the work around. So my thought process was this: okay, if I had an auction company and had written to or called the mayor and said, I would like some of the city's auction business, I, not being a friend of the mayor, what would the mayor have said? He would have said, contact purchasing. They have a bid process. That is not what happened with Mr. Garth. And oh, by the way, should anyone not know it, I do believe that a member of Mr. Garth's family happened to be an active supporter of the mayor during his election campaign. Council members, I don't know what you can do because this is within the purview of the mayor, but this what I consider a violation of the Code of Ethics goes beyond the mayor's office, because what has happened is that the mayor has instructed Mr. Reynolds, who works for him, and Mr. Reynolds has instructed Mr. Mayberger, who works for him. They have been instructed to violate the city's Code of Ethics. How can we stand for that, ladies and gentlemen? How do we tolerate that? The only action you may have, unless there is a change of conscience, a change of heart, I tell you what you can do. You, council members, have total control of purchasing if you change your ordinances. And frankly, This makes me suspicious of what else may have gone on that we do not know about because no one else protested. And frankly, council members, that is the stick that you have. The stick that you have is to go back and take back your purchasing power if we cannot trust this administration to do the fair and honorable thing with regard to the businesses in the city of Pensacola. And oh, by the way, isn't it ironic that we are paying so much for a disparity study and this contract is going to be given to someone who is not? Ms. Boylston is a woman business enterprise. That's part of what this disparity business is about, and we're about to take it away from her, or probably have been. I don't know if the contract has been executed. So I ask you please to search your consciences and do something. I know you're going to be discussing this in news business, and I said, I've never met Ms. Boylston, but when I see injustice, I have to speak up. Thank you.
Okay, and Ms. Beck, if you don't mind staying, Mr. Reynolds has his light on, and so does Ms. Myers. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to get into this at this point, if I can have the leave to do so, if that's okay.
Yeah,
with
sure,
you.
that's fine.
At this point, we have allegations.
We only have one more speaker for open forum, Mr. Sampson.
Yes, sir. And I want to go through what occurred with this particular contract and make sure everybody understands exactly what the facts are. The mayor could have issued a contract on this regardless of any process whatsoever. There's no doubt that he could have simply said, we want Mr. Garden to have the contract, or we could want Ms. Boylston to have the contract. He determined that a formal request process for quotes should be in place. We had 4 different firms that decided to submit quotes, and we had 2 that actually, that were interested, and we had 2 that actually submitted quotes. But here's the real rub and what the real problem is. Ms. Boylston has had this function for the city for 35 years. Now, during that time, during that time, it was always at 10%, which is exactly what Mr. Garth's contract will be. But during that 35 years, there was never a response to a formal RFQ. There was never a formal proposal made, ever. There was never a contract ever made. All that happened was Ms. Boylston would call, and it would happen. 35 years of what essentially, well, it was a very good deal for Ms. Boylston, but there was nothing else. There was never anyone else that was given an opportunity to bid for a contract. There was no contract. So I think that's incredibly important to understand. And I put this in the email, and you can read my email chain on it. If there had been any substantial difference between the services that both of these organizations had put forward, then the contract would have went to Ms. Boylston's. But the problem is that we have 35 years of one organization not having any openness, not having any opportunity for anybody else to be a part of actually having a contract. And
Mr. Reynolds, let me just stop you there. Let's pick this up again during new business. And I am going to give Ms. Myers an opportunity to speak. And I'd also, unless I hear objection from somebody on council, I'm going to allow, even though we're past the 6 o'clock mark, allow Mr. Sansing to speak during this section of open forum. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask Ms. Mack if you can stay till new business, because I'm going to bring this up at new business, and I may have some questions I would like to ask you regarding some of the issues you just raised.
I'd be happy to.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mack. Mr. Sansing.
Gary Sansing, 1517 East Jackson, citizen of the city and the county. I understand that your choice for your staff has turned it down. Is this not so?
It is true.
A few years ago, Mr. Kelly, who used to work over at the county, was, well, what it was is I was looking around for someone that worked in the county who understood or understand urban planning. When I found out 2 or 3 that had a pretty good background, I went individually spoke with them. And when I got to Mr. Kelly and showed him and listened to him, and he said, Gary, I'm going to the city. Now, that's been quite a few years ago. Now, I was at that special meeting where this was to be decided. And I'm glad Mr. Townsend, he chaired it and tried to run a pretty good meeting, but there were 3 of you up there that wasn't there. This is, as I've been saying for a long time, this is important for you people to have staff, someone you can depend on to help you do your research and get you to the department, someone that can talk and go directly to, or the public, the citizens can pick up a phone and set up an appointment. Now, what you want to do is choose the best person. You don't choose them by gender, you don't choose them by race, you choose, at least this is the way I work, you choose them by their qualifications. And the guys are old, I understand, an old Marine, and they might be tough to deal with, but they have a code, a conduct. It's something that maybe, Sam, when you swore by it, you took it pretty serious. At least I did. Of course, we can train them. You know, in these hard times, and I've been talking about this for over 15 years, what's coming. They're here upon us, and we're just beginning to feel it. When our K through 12 has to cut back the budget, we got citizens here and from out of town, from all over the world, that don't know, biting my tongue, being nice. We have to train them. So that's, I love, we're going to start thinking about, apprenticeship. When you have someone who comes on a job and don't know, a female comes on in a construction department, don't know how to climb a ladder or hold a screwdriver. Maybe we have to train her. But now, I think we ain't got the money to do it government-wise, and we're going to have to find out how to, what I'm trying to say is, all the money that's floating around, which ain't much, we're going to have to educate our citizens. And that means all of us. Take your time, tighten your belt, and educate your neighbor who don't know how to be polite. I try real hard. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you, sir. We've got 2 sets of minutes that we need to approve, one from the special meeting of June 11th, 2012, regular meeting of May 24th, 2012. We can approve both of these with one vote. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Dr. Wu, yes. That passes unanimously, and for the record, Mr. Townsend, the Vice President, is absent. All right, Mr. Reynolds, awards and presentations.
Thank you, Mr. President. Employee of the Month. In order to emphasize the city's commitment to outstanding performance, one employee is recognized as the Employee of the Month. Please join me in recognizing Mr. Robert Greer, Lead Worker, Public Works Building Maintenance, as Employee of the Month for June. The City of Pensacola is proud to recognize Mr. Greer as Employee of the Month for June. Since starting with the city in October of 1997, Robert has been an employee who truly exemplifies the core values of the City of Pensacola. Integrity is something that Robert demonstrates on a daily basis in all of his dealings, whether it be with fellow employees or with the public. His honesty and trustworthiness are his hallmark, and the employees have come to rely on the fact that he can get the job done. No matter what their station in life is, Robert treats everybody equally and respectfully. He is cognizant of safety and is very diligent in his efforts to ensure a safe, clean work environment for his coworkers and others who visit City Hall. The one word that best describes Robert is excellence. Excellence in his work ethic and his personal conduct. Because of his attitude, hard work, and commitment to follow the core values of the city, we are proud to recognize Mr. Greer as June's Employee of the Month. And Mr. President, while Robert is walking around shaking everybody's hands, I want everybody to really, I don't know if you know how much this man cares about this city and how much of his life he has put into this city. But it's amazing. You know, sometimes I'll come in on the weekends because, frankly, that's when the best time is to get things done. And I'll be sitting in my office working, and sure enough, more times than not, Robert will stop by and say hi, because he's here. He is here early in the morning, he's here late at night, he's here on the weekends. He is truly what excellence in public service is all about. He is one of the best employees that I've had the individual honor to work with, and I am exceptionally glad to see him being recognized in this way. Thank you, sir. Each month, we have employees who reach milestones in their career with the city. These milestones, which are observed at 5-year intervals, are symbols of commitment, hard work, and dedication in serving the people of Pensacola. Employees are the city's most important asset. As part of the city team, they individually and jointly seek ways to improve the quality and efficiency of services to every citizen. Tonight, we have the opportunity to publicly recognize and thank this special group of employees. As I call your names, please come forward and receive an award of the city's appreciation and be recognized by members of council and this community. For 10 years, Ms. Dorothy Hogue, Customer Service Representative 1, Housing. Ms. Hogue has filled numerous positions in the housing office during her 10 years of service with the city. She accomplishes her day-to-day activities with a positive can-do attitude and a calm, professional manner. One thing that really stands out about Ms. Hogue is her genuine empathy and compassion for everyone. She goes above and beyond the normal call of duty to provide information and direction to clients and the general public to assist them with their unmet needs. Ms. Hogue is a valued team member in the housing office, and she receives our thanks. Thank you from the City of Pensacola. For 10 years, Miss Amy Miller, Port Business Development Manager, Port of Pensacola. Amy began her career with the Port as Marketing Manager. Her duties have expanded to be Manager of Marketing, Finance, and Administration. She has taken on the additional roles unselfishly. With 20 years in the maritime business, Amy represents the port and the city in a most professional manner. She also devotes many hours of her personal time to charity and community service organizations in the community. Thank you, Amy, for all your hard work and your 10 years of service. Mr. Christopher Kuchera, Damage Prevention Manager, Energy Services of Pensacola. Chris and I both just had knee surgery, so we've been comparing notes. Chris has been a valuable ESP employee for 20 years. He started his career in 1992 as a field service technician. In 1998, he was promoted to field services leader. In 2008, he became ESP's damage prevention manager, where he used his knowledge and abilities to cut ESP's third-party damage loss by 50%. Chris holds a master gas plumber license, and he recently began coordinating ESP's gas piping program in conjunction with ESP's plumber partnerships. Chris is a dedicated employee who has always been devoted to excellence in customer service. Thank you for all of your years of service, sir. For 30 years, Ms. Brenda Cahaley, the communications technician for MIS. Brenda manages and maintains the city's cell phone system with over 600 desk phones, cellular phones, smartphones, and iPad accounts. During her 30 years, Brenda has provided great value to the city of Pensacola with excellent customer service, utilization of new technologies, and many cost savings through her analysis of invoices and research for lowest cost solutions. For 30 years, Brenda, thank you very much.
Gary, I know you're chomping at the bit to say something about Mr. Greer. You have 1 minute.
It won't take that long. I've known Mr. Greer since he came on board, you know, and he always had that friendly personality about him whenever you went into your chambers up there. And you also had Miss Richardson. And if these people, I mean, these were your friends. These were the ones we met. I don't know about the rest of the people, but these people gave us confidence that we're dealing, you know, with someone who could help us, who could get us through the maze. And that's what we want. Someone who's going to reach out and give us the information we need. And those two people that I mentioned, and I knew his family too, they were wonderful too, that's all. Okay. I hope the rest of the city heard that, and some of us appreciate it. And get you a staff person.
Okay. All right. And thank you so much, Mr. Sampson, and congratulations, and thanks to all the people that received recognition tonight. Madam Clerk, are there any public hearings?
There are none.
Quasi-judicial hearings?
There are none.
Mr. Reynolds, Mayor's report.
Thank you, sir. At this point, I'd like to call on Mr. Dick Barker for his monthly financial report.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. President, and members of City Council. This report is for the month of May. I'd have the city clerk or someone. Thank you. The first is our revenues. They continue to be down, and before you tonight is a budget resolution in order to bring the estimated revenues back in line with how they were coming in, and that resolution's on tonight's agenda. We're down about a net of about $1.05 million, and we will make that up to expenditure savings on the budget resolution. And then local option sales tax is also down about $70,000. Local option gasoline tax is down, will be corrected on the resolution. And then the tree planting trust fund is at $673,995 as a balance, and the park purchases trust fund is at $38,068. Just mentioned the pension issue, continue to work on that. I think council's been notified that ASME has ratified, had a vote and ratified the contract, and that will be coming to City Council. And then to go over the award of bids over $25,000 that were approved by the mayor. The first is Consolidated Pipe and Supply. It was for stock items in the ESP warehouse for pipe fittings, and that was for $37,104. Hub City Ford Mercury was for the purchase of CNG, compressed natural gas powered passenger van, and the price was $33,955. Wallace Sprinkler Supply Company was landscape maintenance contract for the CMPA property, and that was at $125,000. Advanced Control Systems Incorporated for system support and maintenance out at the airport for $86,130. The Charlie Daniels Band for the concert that did not occur. There was a contract LADO for $40,000 for the grand opening celebration, and Ram Enterprises Incorporated for the floor replacement at the Vickery Center for $72,890. And then Republic Parking Systems, this was for reimbursement for equipment that they had purchased and according to their contract, and that was in the amount of $403,125. John H. Carter Company for additional valves and regulators for a natural gas system at $29,758. And then Big Enterprise Incorporated for a prefabricated gatehouse at the port for $26,345. And then, of course, the budget calendar is there, and all this is online. It's been hung out there for council's review and the public's review. And if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Myers.
Yes, I don't know which slide it was, but it was on a landscaping contract
Yes, ma'am.
for $125,000. Is that what it is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it says for CMPA, is that Community Maritime Park?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the CMPA owns the public portion of the park, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. This portion of the park is for the outside of the stadium. And if you recall, the city bid on a contract for both neighborhood services, put a bid in, and we were awarded that bid from the Community Maritime Park. We also put in a bid for landscape maintenance. We have subbed that out, and that's $125,000. This is consistent with other items that the city has subbed out recently as it relates to our stormwater maintenance in our park areas in order and effort to save money.
So that 125 is part of the contract we
Yeah.
have with CMPA?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, I just wanted clarification on that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the clerk just pointed out to me, I've made an error. I skipped over 2 presentations that we should have done earlier in the meeting, but I'm going to allow the mayors to continue. Mr.
Thank you, Mr. President. And actually, we'll just go ahead and have Kim Carmody come up, and she can do her presentation, which was one of the 2 presentations that you skipped as part of the mayor's report.
Right.
So,
Okay, Mr. Johnson, do you have something?
Yeah, I just had a question about the parking equipment for $403,000. If I could just get a little explanation of that contract. I remember approving that a while back. That was with the airport, I believe.
Mr. Reynolds, members of council, the $403,000 that you're referring to our public parking, the revenue tracking system for the public parking system was put in around 1999, 95 to 99 parts of it. And this can replace and update the complete computerized system for revenue tracking.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Clear Mr. Johnson's light, please. Okay, and your, Ms. Carmody.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me? Usually I can speak without a mic. I'm Kim Carmody, and I am the event planner for the Community Maritime Park. And what I'm going to show you is some of the upcoming events that we're actually going to be hosting or individuals are going to be renting over the next 6 months. And I hope I do this right. This is an aerial shot. That's the most recent shot of the park itself. As you can see, it's actually completed. You can see the amphitheater and the festival grounds, as well as the stadium parking lots and the turnkey. This is our handy-dandy little site map, and the big blue arrows kind of identify the areas that we are going to be talking about this evening. Our very first event, it's not necessarily this one, it's actually Juneteenth, which is a celebration of the emancipation of slavery. And that is going to be a celebration this Saturday. Unfortunately, I did not have a slide. That does start at noon, and I invite all of you to attend. But the current slide is the first concert we're actually going to have in our amphitheater. That is this Monday. It is the 151st Army band concert. They are volunteering their time to come in. There will be big band music, jazz music, and some orchestra music. Our next series of events is called Movies at the Maritime. It is a family flicks. It's absolutely free to the public. We'll be charging parking. And we have described the movies. Due to our licensing, we are not allowed to actually tell you what the movies are. But I can tell you that on June 22nd, we have some chipmunks that will be visiting us in the park that night. So I'm hoping that you'll come and visit us. The next series is our Blast from the Past. That will kick off this coming, not this Saturday, we have a game, but the following Saturday, the 23rd. And we will be doing a series over the months, so the next 4 months, 80s music, 70s, 60s, and 50s. And in addition to the music that will be in the amphitheater, we'll have vendors, car shows, and contests throughout the day. 80s, it could be, we're actually doing a Madonna lookalike contest. We'll give away prizes and celebrate the entire night. And that particular band is called Radio, oh gosh, I'm drawing a blank, Jukebox Hero. And we invite all of you to come out for 80s music. Looks like some of you are kind of in that era. That's my bands. And this, I've got 3 pages of this. This is actually events that we are actually going to be doing from June and through December. A lot of these I've just kind of mentioned. The grand opening, of course, was our very first event, and we set records with the rains that day. So that was our grand opening of the Maritime Park, and we were very excited about that. I've listed the events that we're having, and the little ones with dollar signs are actually things that are being purchased or rented, either the festival grounds, the amphitheater, or both. I've also listed some of the events that are happening inside the stadium, and we'll just kind of go over a few of them. June, I've kind of pretty much covered, but we'll be introducing what's called a kids zone. That is actually going to be in the big greenway that was going to be the Maritime Museum. That will have children's activities. That will be every Saturday and Sunday. That will be a vendor that comes in and charges, and we'll receive a percentage of that. We anticipate that will bring people out to the park to visit. They'll enjoy it. There'll be ropes course. There'll be jump houses. There'll be just about everything you can think of that would be the pleasure of children. And that is actually, that runs every weekend, and then it will run prior to ball games as well. In August, you can see that we actually are quite packed. We have several concerts that are going to be on site. We have an athletic event. We're working with a promoter to put on a boxing match. Of course, we have our regular stadium movies, Movies at the Maritime, Blast from the Past concert, and of course our Kids Zone. Every weekend, if there's not a game, we will be having some venue in the park starting in August. In September, once again, that is almost every weekend is filled with some kind of either rental, concert series, or a ball game. And that goes for October and November as well. So as you can see, all the way through December, we are going to have every weekend packed with some type of event for families. It'll be fun. Some of them will be free. Some of them will be gated. And we encourage all of you to come out and join us. Does anybody have any questions?
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll make it quick. I noticed on July 13th and November 3rd, you have concerts with dollar signs by them. Could you tell me a little bit more about that, how that process works? Do we have somebody that actually leased the amphitheater, and then they're going to promote a concert, and who that is, and how that will work?
I can't tell you who that is currently. They're still in negotiations. They actually fill out a contract, and they actually get permitted through the special event permit process. Once they sign the contract, we have a deposit for that particular venue. Once they sign a contract, then we'll make it public.
Okay, and that's on the 13th of July and the 11th, excuse me, November the 3rd. Is that the same promoter?
No, they're different promoters. Different promoters. Some of them are jazz festivals. We're looking at. We have a jazz group that's looking at coming in. We have a group that's going to do some soul music. We're going to have another group that's coming in and doing some a religious type of concert series. Mm-hmm. So it's a variety of musical venues that will be coming out.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Carmody. And Councilwoman DeWeese. Yes.
If I may, just one more thing for Mayor's report.
Sure.
If we could put on new business discussion about council executive, please.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. And that finishes Mayor's report.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and my fellow City Council members. Before I start the presentation, I just wanted to explain a little bit of the framework of what I'll be bringing to you tonight. You know, my 4 years on City Council, the very first day I came on board, I focused on Scenic Highway as my project. I wish Dave Flaherty were still around because he'd get a chuckle out of the conversation we had when I said I wanted to take that on. It was originally built as a tourist attraction and a gem of a park to our city, and it was overrun with weeds and vines and deviant behavior. And I'm proud to say over the 4 years, I started with a small group of citizens, and now it is the passion of many. It's not just mine that I'm working on. There's neighborhood associations along Scenic Highway. The Navy and the Marine Corps come out and volunteer quite regularly. Councilman Johnson has worked. We had a meet me at the border for District 3 and District 4. Councilman Spencer and also our mayor have come out to care for this wonderful treasure that we have. The Bluffs have a great history as well, and I won't go into all that detail tonight, but the Scenic Highway Foundation had it designated as the first scenic byway in the state of Florida. There's 19, and it is quite a treasure. What I have worked for is trying to find a way to improve the discussion that we have about the care and keeping of Scenic Highway, because it does have such a rugged environment, and it's really not like any other park that we have, and how we come up with a conservation plan and also a beautification plan, how we show citizens and tourists alike the native species that live within the bluff environs and bring them up to the roadway, create access for running and biking, and also for all the neighbors that live along Scenic. There's so many neighborhoods that empty onto Scenic, and they have to traverse a ditch and have no way to enjoy that beautiful piece of property. So we have a new member of the Parks and Recreation Board that came to us from a school of natural resources. There's only 3 in the country, and is a landscape architect. And I asked, do they do projects? Would they be interested, some master's degree students, in doing a project on Scenic Highway? And what you're about to see is that. And I won't go through every slide in great detail. I want to make it available to all council members and to homeowners associations, because the detail they've given on native species and how to have a planting plan is going to be valuable to anyone that wants to endeavor to do this, because a lot of times we may talk with neighborhoods, and to get the money together to get a planner or a master gardener to come out and plan this for you is cost prohibitive. So I encourage you to use this, and I hope the citizens that are here tonight and watching will also gain some value from this. So I also wanted to tell you this was at your place on Monday, and it is the Scenic Highway Foundation newsletter, and it's a great summary of this report that was given to us. So the first one just shows you some of the parks along Scenic Highway. Chimney Park was just recently designated as a National Historic Treasure, and it's on the Registry of National Sites. And then we have several different locations: the Summit Boulevard, Bay Bluffs Park, the north and south parking lot, Mallory Heights, which is an unimproved park, but a great space for viewing. The vistas are wonderful from there. And then Bayou Tahar, that's actually the entrance to the Scenic Byway. So a lot of people may not know that it starts there at Bayou Tahar and goes all the way up to when you're heading on Highway 90 over the bay to Pace. One of the major issues that we don't understand when we have these trees in our yard is that those invasive species are carried by wind, and they land in the rugged environs of our bluffs, and we have the popcorn trees and the vines that have invaded that we work. Many of our cleanup days that we've done have been removing the invasive species. Erosion is also an issue, and there's currently a state grant that Mary Gutierrez is working on to try to mitigate against erosion. A great deal of our stormwater projects have also helped with that, as Mr. Reynolds had mentioned. The years since 2000, we've taken great care of this area. Some of the parts of the planting plan, you can see these beautiful flowers and grasses. This is what I urge you to take a look at to see if they fit in any other areas of town to create a sense of space, but also these are our native plants for this area, and we've definitely gotten away from them. Also the butterflies, if we wanted to attract butterflies, that's part of the plan as well. Some of the recycled materials that are proposed are eco-friendly, obviously, and much more durable than some of the wood products. So that will be a opportunity for us within the park spaces as well. This just gives you an idea of some of the spaces, again, that we would try to work on, and I'll go into that in a little more detail very quickly. This is the complete streets concept that we're all talking about. Councilman Spencer is very interested, and Dr. Pratt and Ms. Myers, and we've all had these discussions about how we create that space that allows people to enjoy scenic highway. And this is a cross-section of a complete streets plan, making it walkable and bikeable. Obviously, with the bluff side, that would be to the left of the screen there. And I apologize if I'm going a little fast. I just know that we have our plate full tonight. So the vista that you see here is a plan also for a rails with trails. A lot of people have heard of eliminating the railway, which would be a feather in a lot of people's caps. But if we imagine that we could coexist with that rail, as many cities have said, because we do have industry and commerce that needs to traverse that area, the rails with trails concept was also recommended. That's a cross-section of that and the safety mechanisms. This is a view of what Bayou Tahar could look like. So I think Councilman Johnson might be able to see that from his district for sure. And then these master plans, and I won't go into a great amount of detail with them because I just want you to review those and have access to them to get an idea of native plantings. This is Mallory Heights Park, and honestly, as much as I have worked on Scenic Highway, and I absolutely love Scenic Highway, this is one of the most beautiful things I've seen as far as how you imagine yourself differently. You know, we have the Maritime Park across the street, and it was just an empty, uncared for piece of property, and look at it. So this roadway that is just grass right now could eventually become something like this. Again, another section of that. Native plantings, these are the parking lots along the way, inviting people to come spend their time there. Right now, it is 45 miles per hour, probably 55 for most people, and it is not a usable space for anyone, and it's just absolutely beautiful, and it's heartbreaking to not have access to it. This is the north parking lot, which we do have great access to at this point, and there's a boardwalk 185 steps down that loops back to the south parking lot, and a great deal of people have used this over the past 4 years. I see the parking lot completely full. It's an unofficial dog park that people have been able to use. There's boot camp fitness trails. But a lot of the native species that are so beautiful you see down below, we would endeavor to bring them up to the roadway. Again, some of the planting plans, the view as we would see coming into the park, and the plantings in the middle of the road. A lot of this goes right along with what we're doing on Bayfront right now, that concept of the road diet and calming traffic. The Chimney Park, as I said, is on the Register of Historic Places, and we will be celebrating that coming up here pretty soon. And this is an aerial view, and then some of the plantings. We do own property to the north of the chimney that a lot of people don't know about. This is the original mill, the planing mill that was there, and one of the things that the girls had envisioned as something that we could have as an observation deck that would pay tribute to what it used to look like. These are some of the ideas. This would be a walkway and a viewing platform where you could see out into the bay. We're also applying for a grant with Impact 100 for stabilization and improvement of the chimney. This is a view walking in it. And that's the presentation. I don't know if anyone has any questions. I do want to say that I will be, at my own expense, planting a demonstration garden of this in my front yard. I have a huge front yard that we're tired of mowing. So a portion of it we will use this plan, and I hope the neighborhood associations will put the PCIP funds to good use. We will continue to fundraise as Scenic Highway Foundation. I've spoken with the mayor on several occasions, and he supports our efforts on scenic and has sent a letter to the governor asking to consider better funding for the scenic byways. So I'm not asking for funding at this point. I'm asking for you to take a look at this, and citizens as well. And you know, there's something wonderful about getting together as neighbors and picking up a shovel or a pair of loppers. Actually, no shovels on scenic, but and working on this. So it's just part of my efforts to do so. Does anyone have any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. DeWeese. The only question I had was I saw 2 or more slides where you had crushed limestone in there. Is that ADA compliant?
It is ADA compliant,
Okay.
and it would also be permeable so that the rain, it could be used. We've talked with FDOT about that, the Scenic Highway Foundation, not the city, about them considering that for their sloping and also their right-of-way that has to be maintained and mowed on a regular basis. If we took the entire right-of-way and made it the crushed limestone or granite, what if they would consider that? So we are working on that.
I know that several years ago, before Ms. Myers was on council, she had some worries about the decomposed granite down at the end of Palafox there about being ADA compliant. So, okay, Ms. Myers.
Yes, I just want to thank you so much for your passion that you bring to this project. It really is beautiful there, and we really have neglected, I believe, to maximize the public's access to what is really the most beautiful place, I believe, anywhere around here. And I am going to Fairhope this weekend, y'all. And one of the reasons y'all know I go to Fairhope is because of the trees and the bluffs. And Fairhope really knows how they have really developed a great access to their bluffs, and it's just a wonderful experience. And one thing I did want to point out that the President Hall brought up is ADA accessibility. Fairhope has put in some new sidewalks around a park that is a longleaf pine restoration area, and it's right in the downtown area. But the sidewalk is not impervious surface, and it is ADA accessible, much so I don't consider the decomposed granite accessible for wheelchairs. But if you look at the new sidewalks they're putting in Fairhope, they are very environmentally friendly and also accessible, so that you might want to take a look at those sidewalks, and maybe that might offer another alternative.
And I do want to point out the west side of the street would have sidewalks eventually. You know, I had the project broken into about 4 different segments because it would have been the entire funding account for the budget, and that would have never worked. So it's broken down, and we hope to get some sidewalks in there. There's whole neighborhoods that have no access to any city services or churches or grocery store.
That's
I mean,
right.
literally a ditch. So if there's a handicapped person in any one of those neighborhoods, they should be out in the woods somewhere, as far as they know, because there's no way for them to access the wonderful city services that we have.
Thank you for all of your work you do on this.
Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much. I just want to thank Councilwoman DeWeese for her efforts on Scenic Highway. I grew up in Mallory Heights, in the Heights there, and I have witnessed what she has going on there. I've witnessed our military out helping and other groups, the great work that she does, and she leads this effort, and she does a great job out there. I've seen a bunch of citizens out there helping her, or looking forward to this effort that she does on Saturday mornings. 7, 8 o'clock in the morning, I believe, usually get started sometimes, and I just want to commend you and thank you for all those efforts, Councilwoman DeWeese. Thank you.
Mr. Spencer.
Yes, thank you, Councilwoman DeWeese. Great graphics, certainly. There's nothing quite as powerful as seeing those images to motivate people to believe something can happen. So thanks. Question, you intrigued me with the little bit of the variation on the phrase, instead of trails, rails to trails, the trails with rails.
Mm-hmm.
So where has that occurred?
Carlsbad is the example that was in this slide, but there's
Right.
about 15 other cities, and there are different ways that they've done it. But there is an iron rail fence between and the plantings to soften that barrier. But in the drawing, it was, I believe, 30 or 35 feet from the center of the rail outward, and it goes along with the easement that they already have. And there are several spaces along the bluffs that could be accomplished, and they pointed out a few. An access point for ADA access would obviously be the lowlands down by Gaborone Swamp, but we would have to work with the railway on that first. So it is a suggestion, and I think it's a wonderful one. It's very exciting.
I think it's great. So CSX has proven to be a partner.
Well, we haven't started working with them on it, but in
CSX here,
other
but-
railroads, yeah. Well, Carlsbad, California, I don't think it's the same railroad. So that's a process we'll follow through on. And just Google rails with trails, and you'll see the successes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
All set?
thank you. That's it. Yeah. Council Communications. Okay, Ms. Myers.
Yes, thank you. Well, I hope everyone in the city and in the District 2 survived the flooding. We had quite a bit of flooding at the intersection of 9th and Airport. You may have seen pictures of it online or in the press if you didn't actually witness it in person. So we also have quite a few flooding problems. And there's one street that floods even on a normal thunderstorm, and that's it's famous for its flooding, and that's Underwood over at the Lamplighter Apartment. So that needs to be looked at too. But I just wanted to mention, I like to recognize businesses that come into District 2, Uptown Pensacola. This area is really an unstoppable economic engine for the city. And we have Panda Express that recently opened on Airport Boulevard, and I would like to welcome them. We have a new McDonald's that is being built at Airport and College. And I'm looking forward to seeing the nice landscaping, I believe, that will be there. We also have a little business called Six Brothers and Nephew. It's a little store that used to be a Tom Thumb. It's on the corner of Langley and Sanders. And I want to welcome them to the neighborhood. There are many people who live in apartments across the street from this little store, and I think that it will provide a good service for people there in the community. So I wanted to welcome them to District 2 also. So any businesses that come to your attention, if you would just let me know, I will certainly recognize them. And I encourage, we have a lot of office space and little strip malls in District 2 in the Uptown area, and we have property available for rent, so we like to fill up those empty buildings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'll be brief. I received a disturbing call on Tuesday afternoon, and the caller was concerned about a comment made during the Committee of the Whole meeting as we were discussing the flooding situation. And I did hear the comment, but the person reminded me of the fact that a comment was made that they were riding around looking at the flooding, the debris floating into the byways and to some of our waterways. And the speaker ended with a comment indicating that, well, you know, we looked at it, and after that, we went out and had a drink. Well, the caller was concerned that, and in their opinion, the statement itself was insensitive in the presence of individuals that were having flooding problems. The reason I brought it up, and I assured them that I would, is that simply to remind us that in our roles in these seats, we are expected to exhibit professional behavior at all times. And when we say things that sometimes you may not mean to be mean or unthinkable or non-thinking or uncaring, but the individual that heard the remark did pick up their phone and call and express their concern. And I indicated that I would bring it up on their behalf. And I just wanted to remind all of us that in these roles, when we sit here, whether it's here in the chamber or in committee of the whole, to please exhibit sensitive and professional behavior at all times. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Yeah, I did cruise the bayou after the rain event on Saturday afternoon with my next door neighbor and another friend, and what we saw there was very depressing. And we had the discussion Monday, and Mr. Reynolds indicated that he is looking into some efforts that could help with debris that's put in our streets, because what's in our streets when we have these heavy rains, it ends up in our storm drains and then in our bayous. So I'm looking forward to having that discussion and hearing your ideas on that. I did receive a call today from somebody that witnessed by the computer our meeting on Monday and had some concerns about clippings in the road and all these things that end up in our waterways. So I just want to remind the public that when we have these when we put things in our roads, that it ends up, and we have these heavy rains, it ends up in our storm drains and in the water. So I'm looking forward to a better effort to try to do a better job of keeping things out of our streets that ends up in our waterways. So I'm looking forward to that discussion. The gentleman that called today was from Cadova Park, and he also witnessed things getting washed into our storm drains and again into our bayous. So I'm looking forward to any improvements that we can make in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, any petitions?
There are none.
That brings us to the consent agenda, and I explain this every meeting for those who don't know. The consent agenda are all the items that in the committee of the whole were voted on unanimously, and we agreed to put them onto a single agenda so we could just limit this down to one vote. I did want to bring your attention that on consent agenda item B, that there's been a correction made to that. The terms for the 2 unexpired seats that we filled on Monday were transposed. And it reads now that City Council appoint John Mieslak to fill the unexpired term of Eric Shade, expiring March 31st, 2013, and Paul Epstein to fill the unexpired term of Horace Jones, expiring March 31st, 2014. What's your pleasure?
Move to approve.
Motion and second, Mr. Geralds.
Yes, I'd like to hold item B.
Item B. Ms. Myers?
I'd like to hold item H.
Item H. And Ms. DeWeese?
That was mine as well, item H.
Okay. So on the consent agenda, we will be voting on items A, C, D, E, G, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, and R. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, item B, appointments, Park and Recreation Board. The City Council appoint John Mieslak to fill the unexpired term of Horace Jones, of Eric Shade, expiring March 31st, 2013. And that Paul Epstein fill the unexpired term of Eric Shade, expiring March 31st, 2014. Ms. DeWeese?
My light was on previously.
I'm sorry. Okay. Ms. Myers, you're the one that requested it be held.
Mr. Gerald.
I'm sorry, Mr. Geralds, I'm sorry.
I figured if you called enough names, you'd get down to me sooner or later. I asked to hold item B because at the Committee of the Whole meeting on Monday, we all learned some things about the fact that we can move around the rules as they apply to the committees, some of the boards and committees that we establish, or that we appoint individuals to sit and to serve. Well, on Monday, we appointed, I believe, a person who did not meet the requirement to be a city resident, and we manipulated that and decided on how we could go about doing that. My concern this evening is that we had two individuals, Dr. Thomas and Mr. Charlie Nichols, that indicated a willingness to serve, and these are two well-educated and talented individuals. And my request this evening will be that we expand those boards, and the reason I want to do that is because we as a council have an opportunity to address the talk that we do about inclusion and diversity. And I am certain, because of my experience and my lifestyle as well, that without African American representation on that board at all, that the needs of the African American community will not be met as it relates to Parks and Recreation. So we can expand that board. We did it with a previous. So I would move that we appoint both of those individuals to put some balance and some diversity and inclusion. And I move that we do that in the spirit of inclusion and diversity, so that the needs and the concerns of African American citizens can be addressed on that Parks and Recreation Board.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we've got a motion and a second. And so the only thing, I've got two lights on here. The only thing that we'll be discussing right now is the motion itself.
That's correct, to include those two individuals,
yes,
not
right.
the details of what because I think we'd have that scheduled to be on a later committee of the whole meeting as a discussion as to how far we can go with our boundaries and on our boards and commissions that we appoint.
Okay, all right, Ms. Myers.
I believe that, as I understand, the motion is to expand the Parks and Recreation Board. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Okay. Now, as to the Environmental Advisory Board, that is an issue they're going to be bringing up.
Well, right now, though, we're just talking about Mr. Gerald's motion.
Just the Parks and Recreation. Okay.
Okay.
That's fine.
Mr. Spencer.
My question is more, and I think the person speaking with you, mine is not addressed to the question, is not about the individuals, but I too asked prior to our committee of the whole meeting what was necessary to increase board membership on these boards, and I would ask for a clarification from our city clerk or you, Mr. President.
Well, and the city clerk just put in the mayor, this particular board is governed by ordinance.
That's what I
And,
thought.
and so, but in Mr. Gerald's, we can take this up later and honor your request for these two individuals and to expand the board itself. It just cannot be done tonight.
Well, when will we be taking it up?
Next committee of the whole.
Well, see, what concerns me is when we made those two appointments on Monday, the blatancy of what we did, and we were aware that there was no African American representation on that board to begin with. We had an opportunity to do it on Monday, but we didn't. So
Well, and I would beg to differ with you. I was not aware that there were no African Americans. I was unaware of who was African American in the nominating process, and maybe I'm too colorblind.
Well, let me ask you this. Who do we direct to do the necessary legal work to show, whether it's by ordinance or however, that we can correct our own error and add some diversity and inclusion on that committee? Because in the absence of any African American on that board, I don't see our concerns and interests being addressed properly. That's the bottom line.
I'm going to ask Mr. Reynolds, the city attorney, and the city clerk, and I think she's probably got the best understanding of it of anybody here, what we need to do to make that happen by the next committee of the whole meeting.
Well, didn't we say at some point as a council, when we recognize the absence or the lack of inclusion and diversity, that we would in fact take steps to correct those problems once we recognize them? And we have an obligation, I believe, to do that. We talk about inclusion, we talk about diversity, and that's all we do about it is talk about it.
Yes, sir.
Now, we need to get some diversity and inclusion, not just on that board, but all of them. And when people come forward willing to serve, and then they're denied the opportunity, and we had copies of the membership list before us. And if you look at that list, you know who the people were. Nothing against them, but it's time we stop talking about inclusion and diversity and do something about it. As a council, we have the opportunity to do that.
Okay, so save that for next committee of the whole, and I think you'll probably have a pretty friendly council in that regard. But right now, I have to rule the amendment to the main motion B out of order. And since that's out of order, I'm going to ask the clerk to just clear all the lights. And so we're down to just voting on item B now. Yes, sir.
But just one more thing. I don't want to, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, that we have two very well qualified, two very well educated individuals who are willing to serve, and I would certainly not want to delay this process to the point where we would lose them, or perhaps they may lose interest. Although Dr. Thomas did indicate that no matter what the outcome was on Monday, that she would still be available to serve.
Right.
And I want to make sure that those two names at least be reconsidered to become additional members to that particular, to the Parks and Recreation Board.
In next committee of the whole, we'll do that, but since it'll have to take a change to the ordinance, it'll take at least 2 readings to do that.
Okay.
Okay.
I can go along with that. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to add one other part to that, one thing we might want to consider is on our board nominations indicating race and gender, because it is hard for me to guess, Charlie Smith or something. I don't know, and I don't always read through all of those details maybe, and it might just be something that would be at least informative, because we do want to make sure we are getting a broad portion of our community.
Okay. Ms. Myers.
Yes. I would just like to remind council that I brought this issue up some time ago, that we passed an ordinance requiring diversity on our boards, commission, and authorities, and it was voted down. However, I do believe the clerk's form now that the individual has to fill out. There's a question on there as to race, gender, disability, and I want to thank you for putting that on that application. It might help also if it is on our the nominating form too. So that's something else I would like to be part of the discussion at the committee of the whole. Okay. While we're talking about the ordinance.
Well, and I've got 2 more lights on. I just want to remind everybody the motion is all we're discussing here, and that's item B, and not what's going to happen at the next committee of the whole meeting. So try to restrict it to the motion that's on the floor. Ms. DeWeese.
I simply wanted to point out that diversity section on the application as well. It's provided to all of us.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Very quickly, I just hope that we can get opinion from our attorney if this all is legal. I'm not sure it is, and I would like that our attorney to give some opinion. Thank you.
Mr. Geralds.
Well, I'd just like to point out that, in my opinion, it's illegal to be exclusive. So we have to understand what we're doing. If it's legal to have these special considerations, in my opinion, it's illegal for those individuals or any other African American who desires to serve on a committee to be excluded. This is something we can straighten out, and we don't have to talk about it all night. We can just do what we need to do. We haven't done it for a long time in Escambia County in the city of Pensacola, and I will continue to bring it up until we get it right.
Okay.
It's a simple thing to do. Thank you.
Okay, yes. Please vote.
We vote no.
Okay. That passes unanimously. Thank you. Item H. Resolution authorizing the purchase of natural gas from the Black Belt Energy Gas District. City Council approved the resolution authorizing the mayor to enter into a gas supply agreement with Black Belt Energy Gas District. Ms. Myers.
Thank you, Mr. President. At the committee of the whole, I voted for this, and afterwards, one of the reasons I voted for it is because it led me to believe in the first sentence of the memo that we got, the committee memorandum, that Energy Services of Pensacola has an opportunity to participate in the gas supply purchase that is expected to reduce the cost of gas ESP purchases for its customers by at least 25 cents per unit. I have some concerns about this contract in light of the information that was supplied to council at the request of Councilwoman DeWeese, who offered her gas bill to be analyzed in terms of how much she would save on her gas bill. And it came out to 1 penny. It appears that also in the memo that ESP would have a savings of $7,929 in May if this contract had been in place then. That comes out, if that happened every month, that would be a significant savings to ESP, around $96,000 if it were consistently that much every month. I don't know that if anyone from ESP is here to answer these questions. But the other thing that concerned me, I just kind of got the impression that the real reason for this contract was so that the bond attorneys could get paid $100,000. And that really concerns me. What is the real purpose, or how much are we actually saving? It doesn't appear that there's going to be much benefit to residential customers or to commercial customers for that matter. And obviously, if we were to continue getting a savings every month of around $7,900. Well, for the first year, that would pay the bond attorneys, which we owe them $100,000, I assume, for brokering this deal. I noticed that Mr. Suarez is in the audience. I don't know if Mr. Reynolds wants him to answer any questions, but maybe. And I really don't have any questions. It's an impression I get. I could be wrong, but I was hoping that there would be more of a savings to the individual, especially residential customers, just a little bit. I knew it wasn't going to be huge.
Ms. Myers, Mr. Reynolds has indicated he'd like to respond.
Thank you, Mr. President and Councilwoman Myers. Essentially, what we need to understand here is that, well, let's look at the bond attorney fees here. That is not for this deal. That is actually for this deal and multiple other similar deals like this that we have attempted to do in the past and have failed. And our contract requires that ultimately, when we do secure a deal, that they have to be paid for those past actions. Now, this is the beginning of what we hope will be many similar contracts like this that over time will continue to reduce the amount of gas that we charge for gas based upon the fact that it's being more cheaply delivered to us. So I understand that. I understand the way it looks that we essentially are canceling both out because of these exorbitant fees. What frankly I would look at this as an outsider and see as exorbitant fees for this particular deal, but it's not this deal singularly. It's multiple deals that have fallen through in similar manners, and again, we want to do everything we can to keep our gas prices low. Part of that is structuring deals just like this for purchasing that gas, and we want to be able to continue to try to find those savings.
Thank you.
Ms. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank Mr. Reynolds for his explanation, and forgive me because I'm getting ready to ramble a bit. My years as a mortgage lender, I did a great deal of volunteer work, and what I mean by that is I was paid on commission, and I only got paid when a loan closed. So if something went wrong and it didn't, I didn't get paid. But that was the risk I took. So what I'm hearing, there's two things that I want to point out to council, because I don't believe I can support this unless Mr. Suarez can explain in more detail what we're actually gaining. if I look at the math of the 8,000 that's put into this memo and that we're actually paying for the past efforts that are failed by the bond attorney that we will never realize any savings on, you have to equate that 100,000 to this transaction. And when I was a mortgage lender, if someone wanted to refinance a house, they were spending their equity to do it. So they wanted a cost-benefit analysis, and I would simply explain, this is the equity you're using, this is the money you're saving, you divide that into the money you're spending, and you get your payout. And yes, your payment's going down every month, but you're spending equity to do it. It's going to take you 3, 4, 5 years to actually start saving that money. So when I look at this, if you apply that 100,000 to this transaction, as what was just explained to me, is really what we're doing. It's a 12.5-year payout that we would actually be saving. It's 10% of our gas purchasing. You saw that I would save a penny a month, so as a consumer, I don't see the value of spending $100,000 to save a penny as an individual. So that's my concerns here, is that I don't know if that is an industry norm for a bond attorney to have past negotiations that did not come to fruition also be put into a new bill for the citizens to pay, and also what our payback is here. So, Mr. President, if there's a further explanation that can clarify for me the actual value of this, I'm willing to listen. I'm always willing to listen, but it just does not look like a good deal for the city. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilwoman DeWeese. Essentially, this contract was approved by City Council. The bond contract was. If City Council doesn't want to seek to find options to save, then you don't have to vote for this particular measure. But understand that you're cutting off a whole line of possible future savings by not approving the contract. Sure, the short term does not look like that much of a savings. But as I stated before, this is not just a simple one-time transaction we're looking for. This is the first time we've been able to structure this kind of deal. We want to continue to structure these kinds of deals so we can, in fact, make sure that our customers are paying the least amount that they possibly can pay for their gas prices. So I can't be any clearer about it. If you want to cut off a whole line of our ability to seek savings, then that's a decision that the council can make.
Thank you.
Dr. Wu? President,
yeah,
just
yes.
one more question then. This whole line of savings, has that been quantified, that we're making this investment right now, paying the $100,000 for the transactions that were worked on before? Is there a dollar value? That's why I asked for my bill to be an example, or a average customer's example. I can't make a decision on a hoped-for outcome here. So there's no numbers for me to say, yes, that makes sense, because the numbers I have don't make sense.
Well, as a layman, and I'll allow Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Suarez respond to that, but just as a layman, my thought is that it would be an impossible figure to come up with, because you don't know what those future contracts that you're, not contracts, but purchases are going to be. And it could be a better deal next time, and it could be not quite so sweet a deal the third time around. But anyway, Mr. Reynolds, help me out.
Thank you, Council President. And Mr. Suarez, if you'd be so kind to join us here. Don can give you a little more details on what the kind of deals are that he's looking at. But essentially, you're right, Mr. President, in that, there is no quantifiable number that I'm aware of at this point in regards to how much we're going to save. It was hard enough to put this particular deal together, but Mr. Suarez and his team are actively looking for others. Mr. Suarez.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I would echo Mr. Reynolds' comments. The opportunities for prepays and the structures that they come under are as varied as you can imagine. Many of them that we have looked at in the past vary from month to month. The discount varies, so you certainly can't estimate what you might save based on a variable discount. Others have different ways of arriving at a savings. For instance, in some cases, You receive a check at the end of the year based on what the savings is. There's just a myriad of structures that have been developed since the prepaid concept was first approved by the IRS. So I couldn't possibly begin to estimate that. I will tell you that this deal will save approximately $100,000 per year. These attorneys' fees will be recovered in the first year, roughly the first year, maybe not to the day, and in the future that savings will flow to your customer, to the customers. I might add that in your case, Ms. DeWeese, your bill was $25, but only a small portion of that was the gas cost. I'm going to estimate half. I didn't pay attention to that, and so really, yes, a penny's not any money, but a penny on $10 or $12 is less than a penny on $25. So, or better savings, I should say, than a penny on $25. And as Mr. Reynolds mentioned, we intend to layer these in. This is maybe 10–15% of our gas sales annually. Over the course of the next several years, we hope to layer in greater savings deals, but I can't assure you that because it all depends on what interest rates are, what the bond markets will allow in savings, and those kinds of things. There's lots of factors that enter into the savings that can be derived. So I would encourage you to approve it. This hopefully will not reoccur with the attorney's fees, a large bill coming our way because of this. Certainly, you would have the right to, I would assume, to make sure that doesn't happen if we bring another deal to you. And hopefully we can move on to better deals in the future and greater savings for our customers.
Thank you. And my final question then, and I'll move on here, is if there's nothing that we can quantify, where does this transaction settle into the typical contract, first of all, but this savings that we are seeing on this 10 to 15% of our purchasing with this contract, is that more than the contracts we have existing, or is it less?
Well, this will be the first prepaid contract. We have a gas supply contract with BP that provides all of our gas supply needs. They accumulate that from various producers, and it's based on the NYMEX, the New York Mercantile Exchange monthly index price. That's what our gas cost monthly is based on. But we have many hedging strategies. Just this week, we implemented a hedge for November through next March, next November through next March, to control the costs of our gas through what's called a collar. We have a price where it can't go below, and we have a price where it can't go above. So it'll be in this range, this collared range. But it's not all of our gas supply. It's roughly 10%, I believe. And so we use all of these strategies to try to minimize the fluctuating gas costs that we experienced last decade, which were just out of control. We did some minimizing then, but we're trying to do a better job of that, and this strategy is one of the opportunities we have to do so.
And there are other opportunities out there if we didn't do the Black Belt contract? Are there other groups that you're aware of?
There are opportunities coming our way all the time. Some don't sound appealing at all, and we never bring those to you because they just don't fit our strategy for hedging. Others we continue to follow. They may not develop. They may fall apart because they can't get the economics for the deal to come together. This one may fall apart for us because when they've already delayed the closing by 1 month to now it's August 1st because the economics are not there currently. They're waiting on improving economic conditions in order to achieve at least 25 cents in our case, maybe more for others that might be participating.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Wu.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I'm going to support the motion that's on the table, and I'm going to support it for several reasons. Number one, we're talking about a savings of $100,000 a year, and this is only on 10% of our purchases. I look at it as a train that's pulling out of the station. You get on the train, you're able to save the $100,000 or some variation of that every year past that point. You don't get on the train, you're not going to save anything. We've put an awful lot of work to get it to this point. It just seems to me that we're looking at savings and then not to act on it really doesn't make us very fiscally conservative. There have been some points raised about attorney's fees. Well, what we save the first year will cover that. And then from that point on, the savings it can be gained not only from the amount of the cost of the gas, but the volume that we decide to buy. Mr. Suarez, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that the saving comes because we're talking about a consortium of municipal entities that are able to effectuate a sales, a tax savings.
That's correct.
And therefore, a savings will come from that, and they will always be municipalities, and therefore always have that tax savings.
Yes, sir.
So to me, it seems to be almost a constant as we look into the future in the amount that we can save, and we can increase that amount of savings by the amount of gas that we buy. So for that reason, I see it as a win-win. It's an opportunity for us to save the citizens a lot of money, and I commend you for your fine work in getting this to us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Dr. Pratt?
Thank you, Mr. President. I share many of the concerns that have been raised already tonight, and I was also surprised by the price of the bond counsel for this. And a little bit more investigation, I came to understand there had been deals that had been tried to be structured that then the previous city management was not interested in paying. They thought that those had gone a little farther than they should. But eventually, at some point, a council was asked, well, will you at least promise to pay as soon as we ever get one of these? And a council agreed to it. And so one of the problems I have with this is maybe this isn't the greatest deal, but maybe with this savings, we can get that obligation out. Whether it was good or bad, we have as a council, I don't even know if it was on my watch or somebody else, but we have agreed to that, and we should uphold our end of a bargain. But I do think that this is a great opportunity, as Mr. Reynolds mentioned tonight, that sometimes we want to spread the wealth around. And now that we get this out of the way, it might be time to consider, are there other bond councils that we might want to engage for future deals of this type? So I will support it with, wishing that it wasn't quite what it is, but it's going to get us a step forward. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Myers, I see you've got your light on. You've already spoken once. You do get another opportunity, but we do have Mr. Michael Kimbrell that would like to speak as well. Do you want to speak first or after?
I'll speak after he
Okay,
does.
Mr. Kimbrell.
Thank you. Good evening, Council President. Michael Kimbrell, 1724 East Brainerd Street. It's been a while. It's good to see all of y'all again. The reason that I'm coming before on this is, and I don't know a whole lot about this, and I don't know if y'all have already addressed this or not, but I haven't heard y'all speak on this, is I have some questions about this as well, such as where the natural gas is coming from, how it is extracted, because some of the other things that y'all may not be looking at other than the economic is the environmental impact of where this natural gas is coming from. There are means of extracting natural gas that are extremely harmful to the environment. Some of it is going on in Alabama, just north of us, and we are starting to see effects in Blackwater River State Park. So I would just hope that y'all would address some of those issues as well, mainly the environmental impact of this natural gas, where it's coming from, and whatnot. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Myers.
Yes, thank you for raising those issues. I'm inclined to support this because the first year we will be able to pay off that obligation. However, I did want to ask Mr. Suarez or Mr. Reynolds. Mr. Suarez, you indicated that there was some possibility that the deal might not go through. And if it doesn't, do we still pay this $100,000 to the bond attorneys?
As I understand it, no, we do not.
Okay, so, okay. Well, I'm going to support it, even though I think if we pay the $100,000 off the first year and we continue trying to get these types of contracts that will help us save money, I see no reason not to support it at this time. And I think you've satisfied my questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. On report of the Committee of the Whole, we didn't have anything outside of the committee consent agenda to report out. Mr. Spencer is the chair of the Community Redevelopment Agency. Your report, sir.
Yes, Mr. President, thank you. On our Monday CRA meeting, we approved the April 19th, 2012 CRA board meeting minutes as submitted, and as was stated or inserted in the consent agenda, the award of the contract for bid 12-029, the conversion of the one-way of Balin and Spring to two-way streets, the award of that bid was passed unanimously. And in addition, we did have a very thorough report from our CRA administrator, Ryan Winterberg, bringing us up to date with the current activities that she is involved in.
Okay, does that conclude your report?
Yes, that does conclude my report. Thank you.
Item 14A, ordinances on the first reading.
Item 14A is proposed ordinance number 15-12, an ordinance to be entitled, an ordinance amending section 10-4-19G of the Code of the City of Pensacola entitled Schedule of Rates and Charges, providing for severability, repealing clause, providing an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Please vote. It passes unanimously. 14B.
Item 14B is proposed ordinance number 16-12, an ordinance to be entitled, an ordinance incorporating a certain area contiguous and adjacent to the City of Pensacola and to the City of Pensacola, and declaring said area to be a part of the City of Pensacola, repealing clause and providing an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. 14C.
Item 14C is proposed ordinance number 17-12, an ordinance to be entitled, an ordinance incorporating a certain area contiguous and adjacent to the City of Pensacola and to the City of Pensacola, and declaring said area to be a part of the City of Pensacola, repealing clause and providing an effective date.
Move the approval. Second.
There is a motion and a second, and before we vote, I just wanted to once again recognize Miss Helen Gibson for the extraordinary work that she did on bringing, was it 30 properties into the city with this one ordinance. Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I too would like to compliment staff on their efforts and remind the citizens and at least 7 members of this council that that was an effort that developed in one of our strategic planning sessions. We've been looking at this since 2007, and I'm happy to see that we finally moved forward on it, and hopefully that'll help us do some things to not only build up our inner city population, but to eliminate those pockets that existed that belong in the county or to the county, and now we're sort of looking at having a city with contiguous boundaries. Thank you.
All right, sir. Thank you. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. We're to ordinances on the second reading. Item 15A.
Item 15A is proposed ordinance number 14-12, an ordinance to be entitled, an ordinance amending section 12-2 and 12-14 of the Code of the City of Pensacola, Florida, amending permitted uses in the residential, neighborhood commercial, and industrial land use districts, providing for severability, repealing clause, providing an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion second. Discussion. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. Resolution 16A, ma'am.
Item 16A is resolution number 17-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pensacola, Florida, authorizing the modification to the terms of a loan to finance the cost of the rental car service facility at the Pensacola Regional Airport, approving certain amendments to the loan agreement, authorizing certain other matters in connection therewith, providing for severability, repealing inconsistent provisions, and providing for an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion? Please vote. And that was a unanimous vote. 16B.
Item 16B is resolution number 18-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Pensacola, Florida, reaffirming and memorializing its intention that the George P. Wentworth U.S. Army Reserve Center property shall be transferred to the Pensacola International Airport for its exclusive use and control upon the payment of certain monies to the city general fund, providing an effective date.
Move the approval.
Second.
We have a motion that's in order. Discussion? Please vote. It passes unanimously. 16C.
Item 16C is resolution number 19-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution to declare official intent with respect to the reimbursement of capital expenditures incurred in connection with certain public improvements at Pensacola International Airport with the proceeds of the city's tax-exempt bonds, providing an effective date.
Move the approval. Second.
We have a motion that's in order. Discussion. Please vote. And that was a unanimous vote. Madam Clerk.
Item 16D is resolution number 20-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution of the City of Pensacola, Florida, authorizing the purchase of natural gas from the Black Belt Energy Gas District, approving the execution and delivery of a gas supply agreement and other documents relating to said purchase, consenting to the assignment of certain obligations under the gas supply agreement in connection with the issuance of bonds by the Black Belt Energy Gas District and related matters.
Move the approval.
Second.
Discussion? Please vote.
Dr. Wu?
And that passes unanimously. Madam Clerk.
Item 16E is resolution number 21-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2012, providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Please vote. And again, a unanimous vote. Madam Clerk.
Item 16F is resolution number 22-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2012, providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion, second. Discussion. Please vote. And that passes unanimously. 16G.
Item 16G is a resolution number 23-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2012, providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and second. Discussion. Please vote.
Dr. Wu?
Okay, and that passes unanimously. The last resolution, Madam Clerk.
Item 16H is resolution number 24-12, a resolution to be entitled, a resolution authorizing and making revisions and appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2012, providing for an effective date.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion's in order. Please vote. That passes unanimously. Ladies and gentlemen, is there any unfinished business? Ms. Myers.
Yes, I wanted to I thought it was on the agenda, but I don't see it. The motion that was made and approved unanimously by the City Council to ask the Attorney General for an opinion as to the legality of...
That was added in a revised agenda item, so we did vote on that with the consent agenda.
Okay, is it, but I wanted to share, I gave council copies of the letter that I sent to
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
That I have provided you with a copy of the letter that I sent to the Auditor General and the Auditor General's response. I also gave you a cover letter, and this is just a suggestion. I didn't know how we would do this, if this is something the President would do, is send a letter. I've just had a conversation earlier with Mr. Messer. He said he would be glad to ask the Attorney General for the opinion. So I guess that's probably the proper way to do it. It would be better, I believe, coming from the city attorney.
I agree.
So anyway, I just was throwing that out there to let you know what I did, and just wanted to know how you want to proceed.
Well, looks like you've given the city attorney a good starting point for this, so.
He said he's willing to do it, so.
Okay. All right, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. Got a couple of projects that I'm real excited about, and that I had recently had a constituent ask me for an update, and I was really unable to give him one, and that's the Hexar project and also the hatchery project. Recently I met with one of my constituents for quite a while, and they asked me where we're at on both those projects. And I would hope that we could possibly get an update on the July 16th COW meeting. If we could get something verbally, and maybe even just a paragraph or two that I could share with this constituent of mine and others that have asked me recently, especially about the hatchery, where we're at on that. I mean, we were great news. We had a lot of excitement about that, and it's just kind of just hadn't heard anything about that in a while. And when folks ask me about that, I'm not really sure what to tell them. So if I need to make a motion to do that, to get that update, I'll be happy to do that. Or if not, if we could just possibly get that on the next committee of the whole there in July, just where we're at on both those projects, I'd appreciate it.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Councilman Johnson. Unfortunately, I didn't hear the first one.
Hixart.
Hixart. Thank you. Sorry, once again.
Is it a motion appropriate, or will?
No, I can get the information items on both of those.
Yeah, the next COW, that'll give you some time. And,
yes, sir,
and then, thank you, especially that hatchery. I keep getting questions about that. Thank you.
Ms. DeWeese.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I had actually turned my light on about the letter that we will be sending, or the request for the opinion. It's okay. I just wanted to make sure that there's a time certain on that it will be done. I feel that it's an urgent matter as the audit committee completes their work and we move into the next phase. So we need that clarified pretty quickly here.
Yeah, Mr. Messer, how long would that take? I know the committee is meeting on Tuesday at 9:15.
Well, if the question is how soon can I get the letter out, the answer is probably tomorrow or Monday. The question is how soon the Attorney General is going to respond. I don't think her turnaround time is as fast as mine.
Well, just to put our mind at ease, could you get it out tomorrow, please?
Sure.
Okay, all right, thank you. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you. I did not have a chance to attend the Tuesday evening Propellers Club event, and had it on my calendar, but a client wanted to stay longer than I expected. So I was wondering if Mr. Reynolds could give us an update, Mr. President, on the effort to install the onshore electrical power on the Port of Pensacola, at the port.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. I certainly can, Councilman Spencer. It's approximately 45 days at this point. We've entered into agreements to buy some of the products ourselves, or buy some of the supplies ourselves, to save some time and money, frankly. And we're looking at 45 days until completion.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. New business. Oh, Mr. Gerald, I'm sorry.
Oh, this is one more item for unfinished business, and I wanted to not let us get out of unfinished business without making certain that we have the issue that as it relates to the Parks and Recreation Board on the agenda for the next committee of the whole meeting.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and make that.
Well, do we need a motion, or do we just need to have the attorneys address it and direct us in terms of what we need to do to modify that ordinance?
It just gives us a certain amount of clarity.
Okay, then I move we put that item on the agenda for the next committee of the whole meeting.
Second.
And a motion and a second. Dr. Pratt.
I was just wondering if we wanted to clarify that we have possibly an ordinance with the number changed so that we could actually take action on the ordinance that day, not just a discussion item. It can be a discussion item, but a revised ordinance that we could take action.
Good idea. Mr. Reynolds, or Mr. Messer, City Attorney, would you take care of that for the next committee of the whole?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Okay, any more discussion?
We have a motion.
Do we need to vote?
On
Yes.
the floor?
We need to vote, correct?
We need to vote, yes.
Yes, I'm ready.
And that passes unanimously.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Now, new business. Clear Mr. Gerald's light, please. Thanks. Ms. Myers.
I wanted to bring up the issue that Ms. Boylston brought up. I find it very disturbing, the manner in which the bid was awarded, or lack of how it was awarded. I do think that well, a number of issues were raised. One was raised by Ms. Mack, and that is, was there a violation of our code of ethics? And if so, how do we arrive at investigating that, and what action would we take? I would like to remind council that under the charter at 4 TAC 02 A3, City Council powers and duties, we have the power to inquire into the conduct of any municipal office, department, agency, or officer, and to investigate municipal affairs, and for that purpose may subpoena witnesses, administer oaths, and compel the production of books, papers, or other evidence. And I think that this is a perfect situation where this council should exercise its powers under the charter to investigate this situation, to call a special meeting, and if we need to subpoena the mayor to come before us and explain to us how this came to be. Furthermore, I think that we need an opinion, and possibly, I don't know if we get that opinion from the city attorney, or if we can get the opinion from the Attorney General as to whether or not this constitutes an ethics violation under our state laws and our own ordinances regarding ethical conduct. So I don't think that this council should just do nothing. And this is my suggestion, and if anyone has a better suggestion, I would like to know. But I'm going to make a motion that we convene a special council meeting pursuant to our powers under the charter, and that we subpoena the mayor to come before us and provide all the information we need concerning this issue.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second.
President Hall?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I wasn't finished with my comments earlier, and I'd like to go ahead and...
Certainly.
Thank you. essentially, when you have a desire to see a devil in everything, that's exactly what you see. Let me outline in totality what we're talking about here. We have essentially we essentially had an agreement between two people for 35 years that kind of got passed down.
Mr. President, I have to object to the city administrator intervening into the affairs of the executive branch here. I think it's only appropriate for members of the executive branch to debate this issue.
Well, we're the legislative branch, but...
I'm sorry, the legislative branch.
Right. Well, I would beg your patience on this, because I did ask Mr. Reynolds to hold off on the rest of his explanation until we got to new business.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I have a concern as well. It's a point of order that the maker of the motion and then the second have the right to speak first on their reasoning in making the motion. And then, if you as president would choose to call on a staff member for clarification.
Okay, that's fine.
Ms. Myers, did you have anything further to say? Defer.
I will defer to other council members at this time. I think I've already stated what I had to say.
Ms. Deweese.
Thank you, Mr. President, because I had held off on my comments. And I do believe that under the charter, we have the right to ask for explanation in this process and to investigate. Whether it's a special meeting or not is not the important part to me. It's that we understand the process that was to be used and actually requested by the mayor, if that process was actually followed. So I don't know the wording of this, if we need to specifically say the bid process and compel the purchasing person or the purchasing department to bring that evidence forward and explain the situation to us at a committee of the whole, if that's appropriate. But I am concerned as well. And I do understand that within the bounds of the charter, this is allowable, as Mr. Reynolds had said. But you have to look at the process and make sure it was followed. That's our job. So I do support the motion and possibly a further explanation within it of how we will handle this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I will remind you all that a few months ago, a citizen came before us with a parking issue and almost led us down a dark path. And when we heard the other side of the story, we learned that we almost made a mistake because we had only heard one side of the story. And as you know, from growing up, there's always two sides to a story. First of all, I don't think that we have the right to question if we choose to do so. But I don't think we have enough information. As I indicated, we've heard one side of the story. Now, there has been the process. When we talk about processes, we've gone through the processes of opening a can of worms. And now that it's open, I'm not going to hesitate. There are a number of contracts that was brought out in the city of Pensacola that individuals have had that are over 30 years old, and they have been continuous. There are a number of them on the table. Number two, we are in the middle of doing a disparity study. These kinds of actions and behaviors can be identified, or at least should be identified in that disparity study. We're looking for improprieties or things that have been going on for a period of time that we need to address. I don't know if a special meeting is appropriate at this time until we get both sides of the story, what has actually happened here. And to be honest with you, I don't know. I've heard what was stated, but I don't know what happened or how it happened. However, to review the process will certainly reveal what has happened. But I don't want to just tinker around with the tip of the iceberg. If it's all out there, we've invested $250,000 in a disparity study. Let's look at everything we're doing. And you folks will be surprised as to what's under that rock. So if we're going to look at not just an isolated incident, let's look at the entire process that we've been using down through the years that make people feel that they have been disenfranchised. So that, if y'all want to open that can of worms, let's open the whole can and remove the top and look and see what's been going on.
But let's, right now, we've got a motion on the floor. You're getting a little bit broad on it. We can still discuss that under new business if you want, but we need to stick to Ms. Meyer's motion.
Okay, we can do that.
Okay. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I stated before, you had a 35-year-old sweetheart deal with no open process, not even a contract, being decided between a member of the public who had a firm and a member of staff. No sunshine, no process. For those of us that are so concerned about process, there was no process. It just happened for over 35 years. Essentially, what occurred and what is verified by the email string that everybody has, but I think what isn't understood as to what the story is behind it, the mayor and I had a lengthy discussion at one point, and I can't give you the date or anything in that regards. It was relatively soon after I came here. Specifically talking about competition and opening up what we do as a city to others. And we still are, and we will continue to still look at these kinds of situations. This contract, or excuse me, this process, this agreement between two individuals, when we were looking at things, it became clear that the mayor wanted to try something different. He has the authority, without an RFQ, without anything, to just have said, Mr. Garth, you get the contract. And him and I made that discussion, and that's what he said. I communicated that to staff. Staff told me at that point, well, we put out a request for quotes already. You've already approved that, and I had simply forgotten it. And I said, well, that's great. Well, that will work perfectly then, because then we can see if there's any difference between the firms, and we can see, and hopefully, I was hoping we were going to get more than two, but you know, two is what we had. I said, okay. So staff looked at this, and there was no deficiencies in the request for quotes, unlike what you've been told. Staff will be more than happy to tell you that essentially the two firms, and it's also in the email chain, essentially the two firms were similar in service delivery. The only issue is that we had this long-standing relationship, and they were easy to work with. And changing would be difficult. Recognizing that change sometimes is necessary, and recognizing that with interjecting a little competition into a process and actually establishing a process where one never existed before, and actually having a contract where one has never existed before, that not only could we shake things up a little bit, frankly, maybe get some competition between a couple members, a couple firms in the public square, and maybe our prices ultimately will come down. This is a 1-year contract for less than $25,000 or so. The overall effect is about $2,000 at the bottom line. I believe that when we come back next time around, this particular process will bring our prices down. That's competition, and that's essentially what we're trying to do here. To somehow paint this, you know, again, it's the devil in everything. Somehow to paint this as some grandiose scheme that we are trying to direct things, and let me address the issue from Ms. Mack in regards to the ethics issues. The ethics issue is that someone was related to the person who got the contract. Ladies and gentlemen, I've only been in Pensacola about 9 months, but I can tell you what I ask or what I try to find out when I meet people now: who are you related to? Who's your business partners? You know, because it all comes around. This community is incredibly, it's not 7 degrees of separation, it's a 1 degree of separation. And if we were to judge everything based upon the fact that a mayor's supporter was a relative of the individual that got the contract, I don't think that's an ethical standard, frankly. So what you're attempting to do here is to use a process to somehow establish that the mayor has committed some ultimate sin. Once again, we've been here how many times before at this point? The amount of time that I spend on issues like this that really shouldn't have a lot of time spent on them, because frankly, we as a community have a lot of things that we need to do. But I've spent 12, 15 hours in the last 2 weeks on this particular issue. That's 12 to 15 hours that I don't have to spend on other issues. This is not any ill will. This was not some concerted effort to ensure that one person over the other got a contract. This was specifically to interject competition into the process. And yes, it was also meant not to simply hand over for the 36th year a contract when both firms were of equal stature. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Reynolds mentioned that we've seen the emails. Maybe they came today. I didn't get a chance to see them. And so at this point, I'm not ready to take any formal action because I need to gather more information. But I do hope that Mr. Reynolds will take some of his own comments to heart and share them with the mayor. That, you know, part of what he said that the mayor is looking, or the criticism he had of the previous contract was there was no, or previous agreement or relationship, there was no open process and it wasn't in the sunshine, and an effort to interject competition. And I think, you know, this may be one of the small things that has come up, but I think that is a common criticism I hear in the community about our government right now. There are a lot of contracts being let not in the sunshine. Now, I understand that was part of what was promised with the charter, but when I heard support about the charter, I understood that there would be more openness and transparency in our government. And what I'm hearing in our community is a lack of openness and transparency. And it's contracts like these where it's like, was it a friend? Was it not a friend? And so, you know, the facts may support the administration's argument, but I think that it's the repetition in the community that I continue to hear, which is what leads myself, others, to say, well, what if there's something not quite right with this agreement? Because it's something that I continually hear in the public. So I'm not going to vote to have a major investigation. I'm not going to vote tonight to have a major investigation, simply because I would like to take some time and learn more about it. It's hard to get to an investigation point when I don't have any facts before me besides just some comments. But I think in general that this is just touching on what the concerns in the community I continue to hear. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is just an attempt to make an amendment to the motion on the floor. But it is my belief that if we're going to look at one, we need to look at all of them. And we don't want to do this piecemeal. We need to look at all of the contracts that are out there and just what kind of relationships they are established under. And if we can amend the motion on the floor to do that, to look at all of those contracts, then I could support it. Otherwise, I'm just going to have to wait and see where this all goes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'd like to address my second, that I made that with concern about our action that we're actually requesting. And I would like to ask for a friendly amendment to this, that we request complete information from the purchasing department on the process that the mayor requested in this case, the actual RFP with all the dates and all the respondents, and have this be part of the agenda for our July meeting. And I offer that friendly amendment to the motion.
I accept the friendly amendment.
Okay, Ms. Myers.
I want to respond to Mr. Reynolds' comments. I saw enough documentation regarding this issue to give me great concern. And the issue as to the fact that Ms. Boylston's company has been doing these auctions for 35 years, that there's been no process. It seems like that the city's just been hiring her to do this, her company to do this. I feel that that's only relevant in this sense. If you let out an RFP, then you need to look at all the bidders objectively. And the fact that she had the contract or had been doing this for 35 years is really only relevant to the fact that she has experience. And when I looked at all of the documentation that she presented and that the other company presented, I wondered, well, are we in the antique business now? Because I could not see that any really truly relevant experience on the part of the company that ultimately got the bid. And I feel that statements like 35-year-old sweetheart deal, I feel like the term sweetheart is a prejudicial adjective, but I don't think that it's relevant to that RFP, because you let out an RFP, two people bid on it, or two companies bid on it, and you should have just taken their qualifications and looked at them. Now, it is relevant that she does have experience, and she has a lot of experience. Now, that would be relevant to the RFP. But just to say, well, you've had it too long, you've been doing it all these years, therefore, that's the only reason we're going to deny your bid. In fact, if you wanted competition, the purpose of competition is to lower the price. Well, according to what I've heard and read, you gave it to a company that is charging us a greater percentage than Ms. Boylston's company is. So, I mean, isn't that defeating the purpose of competition? But Councilman Geralds has raised a very, very good point. We really need to be looking at the whole picture and not just one particular incident. However, this incident has come before us. I think there's enough documentation to cause us to have concerns, and I think that we should pursue them. And so I can go home and rest easy tonight, at least knowing I tried to address an issue that I think is not a trivial issue, no matter how much Mr. Reynolds wants to trivialize it. This is not a trivial issue. So I support the amended friendly amendment to this motion, and I hope the rest of council will vote in favor of it.
Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just real quick to address Councilwoman Pratt's concerns in regards to hidden contracts that are out there. We report every contract that's over $25,000, and you know, if this council wants every contract reported, so be it. I mean, you know, so the bottom line is that we're not hiding anything. Again, what we're trying to do is, we're certainly shaking things up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't make any I won't make any bones about that. That's part of why I was brought in, is to help that process. But, this particular situation was one. It was not simply because of the amount of time that the individual had the contract. The whole purpose was to try to interject some competition into this contract and others, and we will continue to do that. And to suggest that somehow by that process that it's unethical or not proper. And Councilwoman Myers, this was not an RFP. This was simply request for quotes. So, and the mayor has the ability to take a look at that and determine which organization he wants to contract with. Those are the rules that were currently in place. So, if you're looking to change the rules, that's a different matter. But we should play by the rules that are actually in place now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Dubuisson, Mr. Spencer.
Yes, thank you. I am not going to support the motion as amended. I want to get, you know what? Let me back up. The information that I need is available for me to get. I think that Mr. Reynolds has reminded us of that. And I personally feel I'm disappointed, Mr. President, in what appears to be some unusually quick reactions that can be interpreted by and perceived by the public as unnecessarily combative. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Ms. Dubuisson.
Yes, thank you for allowing us to speak, Council. I signed up early in the evening to speak on this because I am a process person. As Mr. Reynolds indicated, there are some of us who are concerned about process. And I'm unclear because I did not bother to read the RFQ and everything else, but I did get 4 citizens who sent me copies of emails that they had apparently received from the bidder. I do not know Ms. Boylston. I don't really even know the Garths. I have attended a few auctions and raised my hand at the wrong moment. But I will say I am the daughter of a GMC truck dealer who knows very carefully how titles have to be handled in sales and how problematic it can be if you do not have adequate training and if you do not have adequate process in the midst of sales. So I can appreciate the fact that Ms. Boylston felt that her experience and her training maybe would have given her a little leverage in an open bid process. I can also appreciate the fact that Mr. Reynolds said they were trying to bring competition in an effort to lower the cost to the city, which it would appear that occurred as a result of the notice that others were bidding. They lowered the price from the previous 35 years of 10% to an 8%, if I'm understanding things correctly. So that I appreciate the effort that Mr. Reynolds and the mayor were doing in going after it. However, I am disappointed in the decision that was made because rather than going with the most experienced, most qualified, and lowest bid, the decision was made that they would award the contract to a new bidder at a higher price for only a $25,000 difference, I believe is what you said. I am, from a process point, asking you to look at that.
And that was a $2,000 difference.
$2,000, okay. Whatever. If it was even an even level. From a process end, if the idea of going out for quotes and bids at any point is to bring the best value and the best process to the city for its purchases, I believe that was lost in the decision that was made. However, under our charter, I believe the mayor does have the right to make that decision. We just clearly need to let him know that we do not believe that is the best decision. There have been a few other bids that have gone in reverse. They've been rescinded. We've waited a year for them to come back for review. They've been combined so that rather than spreading the money out, we have joined it so that people got greater amounts. So there seems to be an inconsistency of both purpose and process for bid letting and bid selection. And I would just ask that this council please request of the mayor, when he is changing the goals of the purchasing department or the mission of the purchasing department or the process and policies, if he could perhaps update the public so that we could understand what he's trying to do. I have no ill will towards anyone on staff, towards the mayor, nor towards any of the bidders, but it is confusing to understand how we as a city can get the best bang for our buck in a very orderly manner if we change the rules every time we turn around. And that doesn't even begin to touch the whole disparity issue, where we're about to try to figure out if we need to start giving extra points if someone is a minority, which Ms. Boylston's company is, and here we are saying because she is a minority that we've had for 35 years, we're going to penalize her. So all of those issues are very frustrating and confusing to me, and I would just respectfully request that this council and the mayor enter into a calm dialogue to understand what healthy process we can get into to set better process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just was hoping we could get a clear restatement of the motion. It's been friendlily amended a few times, and I'm not sure exactly what the vote will be when it's time to vote.
Well, the motion is to conduct, not at the next committee of the whole, I know I've heard Mr. Deweese say that, is to have a special city council meeting and subpoena the mayor to appear before council to explain this whole process that he participated in. I think I've heard a couple of other people mention along the way that they might like to have Mr. Bayberger there as well. That was not part of the motion. And so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And
Mr. President?
Yes.
That's not the motion that we amended.
Well, I know you offered the friendly amendment, and I didn't include that in there, but that was the original motion.
The original, but the amendment was to the entire motion that we asked for all the documentation,
All the
RFP, which is actually an
okay.
RFQ,
Okay.
be
So
presented
it's-
officially to council
Okay.
at our next committee of the whole. That was amending the entire.
So you wanted, now it's at the
not a
committee of the
substitute.
whole, not for the special?
Right.
Okay, all right.
And it's just the documentation, not a subpoena.
Official
is that-
presentation, right.
Okay, okay.
Sorry. Thank you.
So there's no subpoena in there?
No.
At all? Okay, I've got you. Okay, Dr. Wu wants to speak, you get to speak. Mr. Geralds, Mr. Deweese, you guys have already spoken twice on
I
this.
actually wanted to speak to Ms. Dubuisson. My light was turned on while she was speaking, but I'll yield to the other council
Well,
members.
okay. But in order for you and Mr. Gerald to speak again, I'm going to need a motion from council. I'm not going to make that ruling myself. Dr. Wu.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. If the question that you asked of me, am I happy by what happened, the answer probably would be no. But for me to come to how I should vote on this particular issue, I think boils down, does the mayor have the legal right to do what they did? And in my mind, he did. Therefore, the mayor had the right to do what he did, regardless of whether I liked what he decided or not. I think Mrs. Dubuisson put it together very nicely. So I will be voting against it. And I do not want the person sitting in the audience to think that I'm ecstatic about what happened to her. But if the person has the legal right to do what they did, then we pretty much have to live with it, I believe. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Boylston.
Mr. President, council members, thank you again. Unfortunately, I do have to live with it, and so I can't just let it go and brush it off as quickly as all that. I am offended by Mr. Reynolds' remarks that this was a sweetheart deal. I have worked diligently all of my career to do the most professional job I possibly can for every client I have, including the city of Pensacola. I know full well what it takes to do this type of auction, and I know Councilwoman Pratt, you have not received the email. I sent them out on Tuesday to all council members. Have any of you had a chance to review in full the email that I sent? Okay, because there is firm documentation showing the bid process. Surely the mayor had the legal right and the choice to choose whomever he wanted to, but he didn't do that. He sent out a request for quote. And I think once you send out the request for quote and it's due on May the 2nd and you've already made up your mind, I have an issue with that. And I think that most people would have an issue with that. This idea of auctioning vehicles, and Ms. Dubuisson touched on this, it is a fine-tuned, well-oiled process. And when you have 150 to 200 people standing in the yard out at the fleet management garage, and you have 2 or 3 hours to sell those vehicles and properly transfer the titles and send them off with proper documentation, account for all the funds, and work through all of the very complex tax issues, are you a dealer? Are you from the state of Florida? Are you an individual? What state? These are very complex issues that have to be answered quickly and done correctly, because I guarantee you, if you don't, you're going to lose buyers. You're not going to lose just this 2%, which the $2,000 that seems to be some arbitrary number based on sales of $100,000. You're going to lose tens of thousands of dollars, because I know these 1,500 people that are on my mailing list that have been coming to my auctions for 35 years. That's my mailing list. No one gets it. Mr. Garth won't have it, nor anyone else. That is our stock in trade. That's what makes us a professional, one of the things, one of the elements. And these bidders, when they get back to Georgia or Oklahoma or Jacksonville or Milton, and they have issues with their titles, they're not going to call Mr. Garth, because they already knew when they went to that auction that they don't know what they're doing. And I guarantee you, they don't know what they're doing when it comes to this kind of sale, this kind of auction. They're going to call City Hall. And everyone that I've dealt with, that I've worked with in the financial department, in the finance department, and at the city garage, the burden of dealing with all of this is going to fall on their desks. So you spent 12 to 15 hours, Mr. Reynolds. These employees are going to spend countless hours and weeks wading through this paperwork and trying to make it work, and still paying an unqualified professional 10% gross to put in his pocket when they're doing all the work. And if you haven't seen the bids yet, and as Mrs. Myers has, and I think that Councilwoman Deweese has looked through it as well, and I think you did too, President Hall, you will see clearly that this company that was chosen is not qualified to do a vehicle heavy equipment auction. And not only have we done it for 35 years, we've done it for the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, the U.S. Small Business Administration, Escambia County, ECUA, City of Panama City. The list goes on. So this is not a question of, are we qualified, is he qualified? These are apples and oranges. This is not the same kind of company. This is like telling the dental hygienist to run on in there and do that root canal. Okay. So it's a serious issue, and it's one that I'm not going to let go. So regardless of what you decide here and how far it goes, I'm not backing down, and I'm not letting go. It's wrong. It's unethical. It needs to be set aside, this contract, if it's been signed. And I need an opportunity to have my bid properly looked at, and obviously that is not a concern of the mayor's.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. Boston. Ms. Mack.
Thank you again, Council. I want to make 2 points. First of all, as a citizen of the city of Pensacola, and looking at, in your proposed budget, the amount of dollars that are going to be spent on economic development, I am disturbed, ashamed, disappointed to hear the professional city administrator spout such venom about a small business in this community that pays taxes. It was venomous. Somewhere along the way, there is a group that has implanted in this gentleman's, this great professional's mind who is new to our community, that it is a grievous sin to have done business with this city for years and done it well. It appalls. I am appalled by that. And think about it. Think about what this says to other small businesses and other businesses. The whole process. You know, you look at what has happened, and you know, business will look at, okay, you know, there is no justice, there is no equity, there's no fairness. You know, you just don't bother. You know, you cannot do business with the city of Pensacola because they ain't fair. And when you have, you know, we're talking about it both out of both sides of our mouths. You know, we want business, we encourage it, but when business does well and has done well for the city of Pensacola and been adequately compensated, why is that a sin? I was going to talk about the contradiction in saying we want competition, and the quote process brought competition, and then no, competition isn't that important because we're going to pay 10% instead of 8%. That's already been covered. I don't need to cover that. I just ask you, council members, how this looks to the business community and how we can trust the process. This is not. There is nothing wrong with having been in business for a long time. As long as everything is fair, the process has got to be fair. Okay, if it is this administration's wish to no longer do contracts with people who have been doing work for the city for years, well then, by gum, put it in writing. You know, don't invite them. If that is going to be a criterion, folks, don't put it in writing and let people know, don't even bother. We want new blood. We want to spread the money around. If you've done business for the city for 30, 35 years, don't even bother to come to the table because we're wasting your time. I don't think that's the best way to get in some cases like this one, obviously, the best way to get the best service for the city. But if that's going to be your yardstick, let us know. Let the community know and be done with it. And don't do this, backdoor stuff. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. I've got kind of a quandary here. Ms. Myers has indicated that she wants to speak. As the maker of the motion, she does get to speak more than 2 times. But my quandary is what Mr. Weiss is calling a friendly amendment was actually a whole brand new motion. We kind of threw the first one out because the first one was that we were going to subpoena the mayor, that we were going to have a special city council meeting, and then you wanted the friendly amendment where we had documents sent to a presentation to the next committee of the whole, and that whole original motion was thrown out. So now you're the maker of the motion, and so one of you will get to speak, but only one of you. So you guys decide which one.
Well, Mr. President, I actually wanted to respond to Ms. Mack.
Well, you can, but if you're not the maker of the motion, you've already spoken twice. And so I can either let you or Mr. Weiss speak.
Well, I'll let Mr. Weiss speak,
Okay.
since she's the maker of the friendly amended motion.
Yeah, okay. All right, Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And if you'd rather, it can be a substitute motion. I don't know how you want to clear this from our plate at this point. But I made the second conditional on further discussion and to have more detail in the motion of what we actually are requesting.
Well, let's do it as a substitute motion, and I'll need a second on that.
Second.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Weiss.
Would you like for me to restate then my substitute motion that I'm offering?
No,
Would you like for her to withdraw hers, or how do you want to handle this, is what I'm asking?
Well, if she withdraws her motion, then we
Let me make it real clean. I'm withdrawing my
okay,
motion.
Okay. So we've got a motion and a second on the floor. Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my concern here tonight is that we have a citizen that has given a great amount of time to this and brought a considerable amount of information. And she, as others, if they bring the same information, deserve an official answer from the administration, the executive and the legislative branch. We are the daily contact with the citizens in this community and the people that choose to do business with the city, and this is her opportunity to bring this situation forward. I believe at a minimum we owe to her officially responding to this and asking for this information to be brought forward and presented in a process-oriented manner at our next committee of the whole. So I would almost beg for support of council on this, that this is our job. Thank you.
Okay. And Mr. Gerald, you've already spoken.
Well, I want to call the question because it's clear to me what the motion is, and it's
Okay.
not going to be resolved here tonight. So let's just call the question, vote on it, and move forward.
Okay. Please vote. And that fails on a 4-4 vote. Okay. Okay, I've made the city of Gulf Breeze wait long enough out there. So, Mr. City Attorney.
May I ask to just speak from the podium so I don't wear out Councilwoman DeWeese out here?
Sure.
Everybody get on that.
All right, can everybody hear me?
Sure.
All right. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mayor Zimmerman and the Gulf Breeze delegation, and I hope this is an educational experience. I certainly don't intend to be offensive. If I am, I apologize in advance. But I'll try to make this as objective as possible. I encourage you to stay. I don't want you to leave, and I don't want you to feel self-conscious about anything I say. But I hope you understand, just like your attorney has a job to do, I have a job to do. So welcome, and I hope you stay. I know it's late, and I know we've been through a lot of issues. But this is the first time I've really had to step down here to address you, and I do so because I'm forced to do so. I believe there have been two critical events that have occurred in this situation, and I believe that I have an ethical responsibility and a legal duty to bring them to your attention. And unfortunately, since you are my clients as a public body, I can't speak to you in secret. So if the question is, why can't we do this out of the sunshine, the law prohibits us because we're involved in this Florida dispute resolution process. There's a specific case on point. So I'm in the interesting position of having to discuss issues relating to a potential lawsuit in front of the very people that would be involved in the lawsuit and somehow frame my comments to you so I don't say anything that is going to upset the apple cart. So I'll give it a whirl. We have two options, in my professional opinion, regarding this dispute. Option number one is litigate. Option number two is capitulate. So let's talk about option number one first, which is litigate. Why do we have to talk about litigation tonight? We have to talk about litigation tonight because since the last meeting was concluded and this meeting was commenced, we've had a change in the legal scenery because instead of talking about the franchise being accepted, the franchise offered by Escambia County in that interim period has now been officially accepted. and this is the first opportunity I've had to address you on that changed circumstance. And I want to be perfectly clear in my communication. The Pensacola franchise is gone, and we don't have it anymore. So we're not going to talk about the franchise. This city doesn't own it. It was either taken or given away, depending on your perspective. So you scratch your heads and say, well, what are we going to do about this? Why are we talking about litigation? We're talking about litigation because if you choose to do so, and that is your policy decision, that's not my decision. My duty is to bring the matter before you. Your duty is to decide what to do about it. Because if you make the decision to litigate this issue, you're going to ask yourselves, well, why, Jim? You said it's gone. Why should we be concerned with litigation? You could have three possible reasons to be concerned. One is to try to get the franchise back. Two is to try to obtain compensation for the value of the franchise. And three is to preserve the integrity of the franchise itself. Because as we've talked before, as you may recall, it's either an exclusive franchise or it's a Swiss cheese franchise. So now we have one bite out of the franchise. Is there going to be another bite? Now, everyone's going to ask, well, what are our chances of success? How much is it going to cost? What's the risk? If I knew the answer to those questions, I'd be in Las Vegas tonight instead of standing here in front of you. I don't know. All I can say is that's one option. And the other reason we're talking about it tonight is because even though we're in the dispute resolution process, it is possible to skip that process in essence and go to the courthouse. That requires 7 votes from this council. That's a little unusual. Not 5 votes, not 6 votes. Statute says 7. So for those in Loma Linda who are counting, it's a little unusual, but it's got to be 7 votes. And the reason we skip the process is because a significant legal right of the city is in jeopardy. And the reason it's in jeopardy is for the reason I just told you. The franchise is gone. Now, what you choose to do with the litigation option is a policy question. But it also dovetails with the second option, which is capitulate. And as I've set it forth in the recommendation, that means stopping the negotiations that the expert negotiator we hired is engaged in, terminating the beating of the war drums, and allowing Mr. Suarez to cut the best deal he can. Why do I even say that? I say that because the next step in the dispute resolution process, should you choose not to litigate, would be mediation. And you say, well, okay, what's wrong with mediation? And this is where I want to be perfectly clear. We can call it mediation, negotiation, exchanges of letters, meetings, whatever it is. The bottom line is that is not going to be fruitful in my professional opinion. And it's this part of the option where I can give an opinion. Indeed, I'm forced to give an opinion. Now, I'm going to explain the basis for my opinion, but I'm not going to keep everyone in suspense. Here's the bottom line. Since we started this process, there's not one document we can loosely style a contract that I could recommend you sign. As a matter of fact, the documents that have been produced would force me to tell you, not only do I not recommend you sign them, I recommend you reject them. And if you did sign them, I would be forced as your attorney to tell you that I can't accept the legal consequences, that it's on you. That's pretty harsh stuff, and I regret that I have to say it. But let's talk about why I need to say it. The first thing I said was that I don't believe we're ever going to come to an agreement. Why did I say that? I tried to think of an easy way for everyone to understand that, because I'm sure that, we have people watching. The reason I say we're never going to reach an agreement with Gulf Breeze is because we have had 6 separate attorneys since 2007 try to reach an agreement. Those 6 separate attorneys have a combination of 7 law degrees and 3 masters of public administration. So, how much longer and with what horsepower do we want to negotiate? Now, to make it even more telling, I will say this to you. Let's start with the American Revolution as the first war this country ever fought. If you start with the American Revolution, you had every war, conflict, police action, incursion, whatever you want to call it, to the present date. We as a country have successfully negotiated peace agreements cumulatively in less time than we've been negotiating this contract. Now again, I'm not trying to be offensive tonight, point blame, or do anything else, except clearly convey to you that we spent a lot of time on this thing and we're not getting anywhere. Now, you'll say, well, that's sort of harsh. We're not getting anywhere. We've had emails and letters and briefings and meetings and everything else. Why do you say that? Oh, we could be here all night about why I say that. So I'm going to pick one particular illustration to try to convey what I'm talking about. And this is the reason I included one of the many emails from Mr. Byrd, our expert negotiator in Washington, D.C. Did I include all the emails? No. Did I take it out of context? Yes. Am I trying to make a point that favors my argument? Guilty. But here it is. And I want you to think of this particular provision, and I assure you I can think of others, as a poison pill. Why is it a poison pill? It's a poison pill because once you eat it, you're going to die. Here's what Mr. Byrd said. First, with respect to the security and finality of the franchise assignment fee revenue stream, the draft would allow the franchise assignment fee to be suspended, and there would be an unlimited obligation for Pensacola to refund such fees that have been collected based on certain triggering events. At the same time, Gulf Breeze has stated it intends to seek a franchise from the Santa Rosa Allen Authority, and it preserves the right to take action in administrative proceedings in court before the Public Service Commission on matters related to its right to serve Pensacola Beach. Now, why did I choose that particular provision, and what does it say? Now, with a nod to Council Member Gerald's, because he's an educator and I learned from him, in the hood, they say, let's keep it real. So let's keep this real. I'm going to tell you exactly what Mr. Byrd meant when he said that. He's saying that if you sign any version to date of this contract, that Gulf Breeze may, no, not may, could, no, not could, would, not would. Gulf Breeze insists that they have the right after the signing to go out and attack the very franchise that we just gave them, take back all the franchise fees that we've paid, keep our franchise,
and then sell it to the next highest bidder or use it themselves, all without compensation. That's why it's a poison pill. So, the reason I say that continuing these negotiations is a waste of time is because we've spent over 5 years on these negotiations, and we're really in worse shape than we were in 2007 when we had a fairly decent contract that we didn't sign. It's just all going south. Now, to sum up, on the first point, litigation, that's your decision. I can't recommend that. I can just tell you the options and why you should do it. You do it because you take a chance on getting your franchise back. You do it because you want to receive compensation for your franchise, or you do it to make a point that you need to preserve the franchise as one of your revenue streams. Now, I'll go back to the dais and you can ask me all the questions about our likelihood of success and how much it's going to cost and who's going to do what to whom, and I'll give you my best guess. But until the lawsuit's filed, I have no idea. On the second point, I will tell you that in my professional opinion, continuing negotiations is a colossal waste of time and money because they're going nowhere for all the reasons I expressed. And sometimes, folks, they're just deals you can't make. Doesn't matter who's on the other side, doesn't matter what their motivations are. They can be good people, bad people, happy people, glad people. Sometimes you just can't make the deal. And where does that leave you? If you can't make the deal, it leaves you exactly where we started from almost 27 years ago. It leaves you with an oral agreement to supply gas to the city of Gulf Breeze, which is no worse than you stand now. So that's my presentation, and I hope I've communicated it clearly because someone needed to stand up here and tell you the franchise is gone. And what you do about it, I leave to your wisdom. So I can field questions from my chair. I just hate to sit there, and I wanted to be able to look at all of you. So thank you.
Well, I've got three lights turned on. I'm wishing to speak before we can discuss this, though I need a motion on the floor. And I would recommend just keeping it simple, vote to litigate or move to litigate or move to capitulate.
I move to litigate, start the process immediately, and I'd like to see Gray Robinson lead the lawsuit. Thank you.
Was his light on?
What?
Was his light on?
Yes, his light was on, yes.
Okay,
There was three of you.
Okay, but you didn't call.
Which was on first? Or did you note that?
Actually, Ms. Deweese's was. Ms. Deweese.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to make a motion to capitulate your option number
Second.
2 as mentioned in your recommendation.
Second.
You vote to capitulate, okay. All right. Okay, so now we can discuss. Now, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I'm just, before us right now, we have, it looks like a second joint agreement on time extension. This expired on June 10th. I've heard from our attorney, Mr. Messer, this has gone on for 5 years. I mean, at some point, I think that we've got to stop this. And when we file a lawsuit, I just went through something similar to this a year or so ago. You still have the opportunity to negotiate while that lawsuit's been filed. It's not like you give up that right to negotiate. So, but what I would like to see is this thing being brought to a head, be brought in for a landing. And I think that if we file this lawsuit, which I recently had to do myself on a situation, it ends up helping bring it in for a landing. And I've heard enough. I think that, again, that we can continue the negotiation while the law, as the suit's been filed. There's no reason you can't do that. But 5 years into this thing, I'm looking at a second joint agreement on time extension. That expired June 10th. I mean, I got a feeling that we're going to be talking about this if we don't file this suit forever. I had a 19-year experience where I finally filed a lawsuit and brought it to a head. So I'm not going to support the motion to keep this thing going. I think that we file a lawsuit, we continue the negotiation, and hopefully we reach a deal out of court. But if not, let's put this before a judge and let him decide and be done with this. This has just gone on way too long. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm in favor of the motion on the floor to capitulate, at least go to mediation and talk this thing over and come out with the best decision that we can and allow that. We've had 5 years of attorneys working on it, and it's been admitted that they've not been able to come to a conclusion. And the complexity, and we have all heard this many times in phone conference calls and special meetings between the joint bodies, et cetera, et cetera. At this point, it would be better to capitulate and go on. Let's let the experts work out a deal that both parties can walk away from the table feeling somewhat satisfied. I doubt if everyone will always be happy about everything, but I think we can resolve the issue. And one other thing that's important to me, I received some emails earlier this afternoon reminding us of the pleasant, if you will, relationships that we've had with the city of Gulf Breeze, and certainly we're looking forward to continuation of those. It makes no sense at all to continue going back and forth with a protracted situation, spending money with lawyers and going around in a circle. It's like a dog chasing its tail. After 5 years of this, we must be able and intelligent enough to understand that we're not going to resolve this matter to the satisfaction of either party where they feel that they've won, and whatever it is we're going to win. But based on what Mr. Messer is telling us, we could spend another 10, 15, 20 years talking about the same mess. Let's let the experts locally sit down, work out something that both parties can agree to, bring it back to us, and we move on. Thank you.
Okay, before I move to Dr. Pratt, Mr. Messer, explain where the mediator would come from.
All right, I think we have two options in that regard. You may choose to continue the dispute resolution process that we're currently embarked on, and the next, simply put, there are 3 steps. We've been through the first 2, the last step is mediation. So with the consent of Gulf Breeze, we can continue and simply finish that process, which would result in mediation. The only reason I hesitated is because I think as part of that, we have the opportunity to go to an organization that supposedly supplies experts in this field, and if we can agree, get somebody with some expertise. I don't think a local mediator without. I'm trying to think of a local mediator who might have significant natural gas supply experience as well as franchise experience, and there may be one out there, but it slips my mind. So that would be the mediation, which would then conclude the dispute resolution process, and at that time, we'd either have an agreement or we wouldn't, and if we didn't, we'd be back where we started from, which is an oral contract with Gulf Breeze if both parties chose to continue to do business with one another.
So mediation won't necessarily solve it?
I mean, you don't know till you try. I don't believe it will unless one party makes a significant concession.
Right. Okay. Okay, Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. This issue is an unusual one because all of us are elected to represent the city, but we're all part of a community. And I've been bothered by this issue all along because a while back I had conversations with Commissioner Robinson, and he said, I have people on the beach begging for gas, please let me get them gas. And I knew that in no time in my time on council will we ever build a pipeline to Gulf Breeze to give them gas. And so I start to say, well, maybe the original franchise that we had with Escambia County had flaws in it there should have been some provisions for, well, let's talk about how do we get gas to places that we're just not in position to serve if there's a demand. If another party is interested in stepping up, maybe we do a sublease or something like that. It makes sense.
Well, Dr. Pratt, I need to step in here just for a minute, and I'll blame the attorney a little bit for even mentioning the franchise agreement at all to confuse this issue. The franchise on the beach is gone, and it's gone forever. That's not what the issue is. This is an issue of negotiations that have nothing to do with that franchise, of our selling our gas to Gulf Breeze, regardless of where it goes or how they use it or they pass it through. It's been going on since 2007. And so that's really where we are here, is on that issue. Am I right, Mr. Attorney?
I think you're close enough to be non-objectionable.
Okay, yeah.
Well, see, my understanding was that many of these emails and such were, that when we had that other meeting previously, it was about the franchise. That's what we...
But that time has come and gone. It's gone forever. And so...
And so I guess I'm just frustrated that it hasn't been dealt with in a cooperative manner. I think that there are reasonable people on all sides that could come to agreement. And Mr. Messer said that we'd had multiple attorneys for many years, and maybe that's the problem we've had, that maybe we need to get somebody in the room who is maybe an elected representative, 2 elected representatives, sit down and say, all right, what are the broad terms that we want to agree to? And then turn to the attorneys and say, we are your clients, we are hiring you to draft this agreement. I think that the use of the word capitulate is sort of an unfair thing to characterize this as. I think that what we're saying is we don't want to just litigate against others in our community, that we should be able to reach an agreement as a community, not in the courtroom. And so I will support the capitulate motion, though I think capitulate is not the word I would choose. Thank you.
Okay. I'm not going to offer my opinion one way or the other on this, but I will add that taking somebody to court isn't necessarily a bad option, not being a bad neighbor or bad community member. It's just looking for resolution, so okay, Mr. Spencer, pardon?
I didn't know if you knew I had my light on.
Okay, Ms. Myers.
Yes. Well, I'm certainly going to support the motion to capitulate, even though I don't like that term. And Mr. Messer, you have the reputation of being a very excellent trial lawyer, and I can certainly see why you gave a very convincing...
You just paying me back for the fast turnaround on the AGO, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
No, I'm serious, but it kind of reminds me of that old gospel tune, Almost Persuaded Now to Believe. But I think that we should continue with our efforts at the dispute resolution and mediation. I think we have a lot to lose here if we don't. I think we've had a very good relationship with Gulf Breeze over many years. They've helped us in many ways financially, and I just do not think it's in the city's best interest to go down that road when we have other options. And so, if it doesn't work out, there's always litigation. Councilman Johnson said you can litigate and still mediate. Well, you can mediate and have litigation as an option at the end. So I think, given the history of our two cities, I think that we need to try to work together. I think it's in the interest of both our city and Gulf Breeze to do so. So I will support the motion to continue resolving this through mediation.
Okay, thank you. It's Mr. Reynolds, then Ms. DeWeese, and then clear Mr. Johnson's light, please. And then it'll be Mr. Spencer and then Dr. Wu. Okay, Mr. Reynolds?
No comment at this point, Mr.
Okay.
President. Thank you.
Ms. DeWeese?
Thank you, Mr. President, and I do need clarification. I made the motion as you asked, but as the maker, would have spoken my opinions before the motion if that's what you'd wished for me to do. I had my light on to speak. So I'm not sure how you'd like to do that.
Yeah, well, we can't discuss it unless we've got a motion
Right.
before, so.
But I made the motion, and Robert's rules allows for the maker of the motion to speak
I do apologize
Okay.
to you.
It's happened a couple times. I know you don't mean to, but
Yeah.
I did want to be clear about my concerns here, and the word capitulate is what this has become, but I do want to make sure that the motion include that we authorize the cessation of employment of the expert negotiator, terminate all negotiations, and forego legal action, and allow ESP staff to determine whatever course of action they deem appropriate without a contract. That's what's in this recommendation that you gave us. So if those concerns are going to be addressed, mediation is the next step in the process. And I want to point out to council too that we would not only be suing our friends in Gulf Breeze, who, it's been pointed out, all of the partnerships they have entered into with us as a city and then private investment from folks in Gulf Breeze as well, but it's also Escambia County that we would be suing over this matter. And we all know how we are struggling and working hard to develop a better relationship with the county as a city council. So this isn't something that we are suing some entity that came into town and did something that we didn't like or that we don't really know of, or more importantly, that we don't have to live with and look in the face after this litigation. I think it would be more damaging to our opportunities in the future, our relationship, our image as a city when we have sued our neighbors across the bay and also our own county over an issue that I think we're on our way to resolving. I took some time and read the information that was sent by Mayor Zimmern, and actually took time to listen for a few minutes this afternoon and get documentation on the rest of the story to really understand this, because it's a very complicated issue. And I urge council to allow this process to complete. Where we sit today, mediation is the next step, so to stop seems incredibly impatient on our part. So I urge you to support this. Thank you.
Okay, and you brought up Escambia County. Now that, I look at that as being the franchise issue there, not this gas agreement that we're talking about. Because as far as the franchise issue with Gulf Breeze, I hold no animus towards them at all. Mm-hmm. In fact, I'm grateful that they were willing to invest and build the pipeline over there to the beach. I just wish that the county had come to us first and we had worked out something to protect our franchise, because that's really at risk now. Once they gave that away, you just cannot even imagine how ESP can be ripped apart now because we've let that happen. And so, anyway, Mr. Spencer.
Thank you. I have two housekeeping sort of questions for Mr. Messer, Mr. President.
Okay.
If I may direct those questions to him.
Yes, feel free to, please.
All right. Mr. Messer, could you advise us or educate us about any statute of limitations?
I'm going to give you my my best guess on that, and that is that I believe that we do not have an issue with the statute of limitations at this point, based on several considerations.
It may or may not be raised as an affirmative defense if if litigation commenced. But I guess the best way to answer your question is to say I don't think that's going to be, in the end, a viable defense.
Okay. Number two, from a budgetary standpoint, if we chose to litigate, and then I imagine there would be immediately following that, as the process works, a court-ordered mediation. Am I right? Or does the history of this negate that? And then could you shed some light on how that may financially affect just the legal cost?
Well, in civil cases in Florida, mediation is mandatory. So we're going to end up in mediation if we file the lawsuit or don't file the lawsuit. The question is obviously one of leverage. I'm not sure I quite understand the budget question. It's not going to cost any more, any less. The cost is going to be about the same in terms of mediation.
Well, if pre-litigation, if mediation failed, then we've got those mediation costs.
Well, if you're asking me if we continue down the resolution path, and the next step is mediation. If that mediation fails, then we're back where we started. As I understand it, the will of the council hasn't been expressed yet, but my understanding is there would be no litigation, and we would default to whatever Mr. Suarez could work out.
Okay. Finally, now, Mr. President, may I keep speaking?
Sure.
Okay. I have I think an unusually unique position in that I am and I look at fellow council members, I think I'm the only Gulf Breeze native, and have many, many years of certainly enjoyable memories of growing up in Gulf Breeze, and many of my family members still live in the city of Gulf Breeze. And I appreciate the letter that was provided for us to reflect upon the many different sort of, the multi-dimensional sort of aspect of our relationship with Gulf Breeze. We were provided several examples of where we have been basically allies. And this is the uncomfortable question that I pose as a Gulf Breeze native. And it really strikes right at the heart of, I think, of how this, or the question of how this started. And the number one reminder that we were provided by the Gulf Breeze mayor is, number one, Gulf Breeze has been a valuable friend to Pensacola. And so that begs the question, who didn't behave like a friend in Gulf Breeze? I mean, how in the world, I'm not negating, or I'm not, the fact that they are our friends and that we have a friendship, but where was the behavior, what was the incident, and who can own up to it, that in some way created this fork in the road, a departure in this friendship? And I guess the question is, when this decision to embark on the gas distribution infrastructure on the part of Gulf Breeze at the expense, the allocation of the funds that they were provided, were we invited to the table to, in that discussion, notified? That's my question. How did we miss the invitation, that very initial, what appears to be such a significant, a question I have, was it former administration, someone that's not sitting here tonight, but it appears that there was progress made, a decision, and we weren't invited to be at that round table.
Well, I don't know if Mr. Reynolds or Mr. Messer has the answer to that. There's 3 from Gulf Breeze that wish to speak, and they may be able to answer that question for you when they come up. Mr. Reynolds, are you willing to take a stab at that? No,
he wasn't
okay,
here.
all right. Okay, I've got Dr. Wu that wants to speak, and then I've got 3 people who
my light
want to
working?
speak a second time. So
Yeah, is my light working tonight?
it is working, but you've already spoken, sir, and Dr. Wu hasn't.
Well, I'm ready to call the question again.
Well, if you want to call the question, call the
I
question.
call the question.
Okay, the
I would
question.
appreciate the opportunity
So you're
to speak
moving the
first.
previous question, that needs a second. That fails for lack of a second. Okay, Dr. Wu.
I have a question and probably then a statement. My question is, if we take the mediation route, does that mean then that we're unable, at the end of that, to litigate should the need be there?
If you are asking me if we are precluded from future litigation if we continue the dispute process through the mediation, the answer is no, we are not precluded from litigation.
Okay. Then my statement is, is that I see 5 people from Gulf Breeze that have been willing to sit here for over 3.5 hours. That to me is a statement. I don't know if I'd be willing to sit 3.5 hours if I wasn't serious about perhaps the least further discussion. Several people have raised very valid points. Councilman Spencer has raised some excellent points. Councilwoman DeWeese has raised some excellent points. And I can understand the frustration of some people here and saying they want to litigate immediately. But I'm very comfortable continuing the mediation because the ability to litigate is not taken off the table. The only thing that separates the 2 cities is a bridge. And we work together on so many things. Beautiful ballpark that we now enjoy, Ed Gray came and offered us tax credits to save the city, I believe, $10 million. No small amount of change. And I believe it's a relationship worth preserving. And I think it's a relationship that's very beneficial to all of us. Indeed, our Chamber of Commerce has even taken a posture that they're not the Pensacola Chamber of Commerce, but basically the Regional Chamber of Commerce. But at the same time, having said all that, we do have a concern about protection of our gas company because it allows us to really provide a lot of services to our citizens without cost to them. So it's not that we don't have a dog in the hunt. But having said all that and having gotten the assurance that we're able to still litigate, I'm very interested to hear what our friends say, and I, at this moment, am very strongly leaning in favor of mediation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Mr. Geralds was up next, but I'll move to Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, remember, this is your second time to speak.
I'm gonna get it over with. I'm going back a little bit to what I started with. was about the franchise, and then you told me that it wasn't about the franchise, that it's gone. And I guess one of my biggest problems.
Let me just clear that up for a moment. Is our issue with Gulf Breeze is not the franchise. That our issue regarding the franchise is with the county.
I
Okay,
understand.
okay,
I mean,
okay.
Gulf Breeze never had a contract with us giving us a franchise. So I guess, and so that's what part of my problem is. I thought, well, that's what I was looking at because the title of this subject was, action regarding franchise territory. And so I thought we were discussing the franchise, and to hear that it's not being discussed, that all this stuff about litigation is about the franchise. And part of my overriding problem with launching into litigation at this point tonight is I don't think I've been given a full story from our side. I had the opportunity to meet with representatives from Gulf Breeze, but when I asked Mr. Messer, can you help me understand what are these recommendations? All I was told was basically, it was, I'll send you the agenda again. Well, I had the agenda, but I wasn't sure where we were going, what were the issues. And so at this point, I'm not in a position to want to litigate because I don't really know what all of our options are. And I think that we should be acting as reasonable people and work with our fellow communities, Gulf Breeze and the county, and say, all right, there's a way we can do this that works well for all of us. There'll be things we'll lose, there'll be things we gain, but I think ultimately we need to be approaching this as a community issue that can benefit all of us, as opposed to something where we engage heavy-hitting law firms and spend a lot of money to beat up on our friends. And ultimately, I see the main thing that'll happen is, well, we're never going to serve Pensacola Beach, so we're never going to get the money from serving Pensacola Beach. And if we sort of ruin some of our relationship with Gulf Breeze, there are other ways for them to get gas, and we won't be getting the gas from them. So, again, I'm just saying that I think that mediation is the right course. I don't believe that the franchise is gone if the action tonight is about the franchise, and I think that we can come up with a reasonable solution that works for all of us. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Messer, how long do we expect it? I can count votes, and it looks like we're going to mediation with this. How long do you think this process will take? I thought he might have left the room. How long do you think this process will take?
I really haven't the faintest idea. It depends on the schedule of the, Gulf Breeze representatives and who we choose. I'm going to guess between 60 and 90 days.
So let's say, but by the end of the year, if we don't have mediation that's happened and an agreement made that at that time that this council will be ready to litigate, or are we going to give it another round, give it round 3, or give it another 5 years? Or I think this council needs to start thinking about, because I don't think we're going to get resolution with mediation. I personally don't. I think this council needs to start thinking about when that doesn't happen. What do we do then? Are we going to be ready to sue our friends? And our friends have put us in this situation. I think our friends knew that, from Gulf Breeze, knew that we had a franchise agreement with Escambia County. And I'd like to know also, Mr. Messer, did we receive a letter from our friends at Gulf Breeze stating that if you guys don't start providing gas to Pensacola Beach in Escambia County, who you have a franchise agreement with, that we're going to start providing gas service? Do we have a letter to that effect from our friends in Gulf Breeze?
Mr. Messer, go ahead.
If it's all right with the mayor's office, I'd defer to Mr. Suarez on that. I mean, I guess I'm not aware of one, but I'm not aware of everything in the record because I didn't go back and research 5 years. I would defer to Mr. Suarez.
Yeah, I appreciate that, because to me it seems like it's like you get hit over the head with a club, and then they say, well, don't be mad at me for hitting you over the head with a club. We've done all these nice things for you. And And that's kind of where I'm at right now, but I'm looking forward to hearing from Ms. Suarez. Do we have anything in our records?
Mr. Reynolds, is it okay for, okay.
Mr. Johnson, I apologize. I missed the question. What was the question again?
Do we have anything in our file, in our records from the city of Gulf Breeze, our friends at the city of Gulf Breeze, where they've stated that if you don't start providing gas to Escambia County, Pensacola Beach, that we are going to run lines out there and start providing them? We know that you have a franchise agreement, but if you don't act and service the people in Pensacola Beach, that we are.
No, sir, we don't. The first we learned of it was a News Journal article about the construction of gas lines on Pensacola Beach by Gulf Breeze when we were negotiating an agreement for the franchise.
Mr. Hall, could I also ask if the city of Gulf Breeze was aware that we had a franchise agreement with Escambia County? Were they aware of that?
That would be a question for them, and they're going to be rising to speak here shortly.
Mr. Suarez, are you aware? Can I ask him?
Sure.
Were they aware that we had a franchise agreement with Escambia County?
Yes, sir. In fact, they approached us in 2007 to negotiate an agreement to lease the franchise on Pensacola Beach, the Pensacola Beach area part of the franchise, in order to install gas lines.
So our friends in the city of Gulf Breeze knew we had a franchise agreement. They were aware of it, but they chose to just run the lines out there themselves and not really work with us. They just decided that they were going to run these lines out there and provide gas to where we had a franchise agreement. Our friends in Gulf Breeze did this.
Well, I can't speak for why they did it, but that's what occurred.
I'll be honest, I don't think we're going to get anywhere with mediation. I think we're just going to spend more time doing this. We're going to spend more money. I think that, that it's in the best interest of this community is to file a lawsuit, again, to bring resolution to this. And I think that Mr. Messer used the word leverage. And, this isn't personal with me. I see the mayor of Gulf Breeze, and I consider a friend, friendly with her, and I hope that continues. But, we have an issue here. This is a business deal to me. And I want to protect our franchise. I want to protect what I think belongs to the city of Pensacola, and I think that we're losing something here. I don't think mediation. I think that we're just spinning our wheels, and we're going to mediate, and nothing's going to come out of this. And I think that we're going to come right back to here 6 months from now or a year from now, and that's what's going to happen. But if the will of the majority of this council is to mediate, we'll mediate again. But this continued reference to our friends, and I consider them friends to a certain degree, but they knew that we had a franchise agreement, and I find to keep being brought up that they're our friends, and we shouldn't do this to our friends when they knew we had a franchise agreement with Escambia County and then went and still ran these gas lines. I just have a real problem with that, and so I just want to say that. I don't think we're going to get anywhere with mediation, but so be it. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Myers.
I'd like to call the question. I think it's evident the city attorney doesn't have the seven votes he needs, so I'd like to call the question.
Well, you called the question, but that needs a second.
And I would,
Second.
May I speak just?
Sure.
And my good friend, I was going to say old friend, but I don't want to characterize us as old. Put me on the spot a little bit here. I just want to make sure the record is clear. The city attorney does not make this decision. I'm not neither beating the drums of war, nor am I suing for peace. I'm simply explaining to my clients what I believe your options are, so I have a clear conscience tonight that I've discharged my ethical responsibilities and my legal duties to you. That's it. And I just want to make sure the record's clear on it.
Thank you.
Okay, so you've moved the previous question. We need a second on that.
I seconded it.
Okay, so we got that, and so really what that means, council, is they've got a motion on the floor to close debate on this, and it's not debatable. I'm sorry, Dr. Wu, but it's not debatable.
Well, can I make a statement?
No.
Does this preclude the people from Gulf Breeze from speaking?
We have a policy here is that the public gets to speak, but we're just not allowed to debate anymore, okay? Okay. Okay. So the issue is to close debate. Okay, there we go. Now, I've got 4 people that would like to speak. The 3 of you from Gulf Breeze, just decide who wants to go first. I feel honored to have you here, Mayor Zimmerman.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me this audience with you this evening. As mayor of the city of Gulf Breeze, I stand before you with the utmost respect for your commitment to the city of Pensacola. As a fellow public servant, I fully understand the inclination to follow direction of one's staff. I also understand the overwhelming desire to do what is best for your city. So for me to stand before you this evening and respectfully ask that you not follow your staff's recommendation is not an action that I take lightly. Be it known that I feel an added responsibility to the citizens of Pensacola Beach to do as I promised and supply them with gas. As mentioned in my letter today, it is unfortunate that staff is recommending to move forth with litigation, and it is a very sad day to our 2 cities to enter into a battle. We have been a valuable friend, and I say that from the heart, a friend, to Pensacola, and as Mr. Gray will tell you, he has worked hard to honor and provide you with help in times of need. If this move should go forth to a court battle, please remember no one is a winner. And more importantly, it is our taxpayers who ultimately are the ones that will be hurt the most. They put their trust in us to work in a positive fashion, and we are not doing so by contemplating this action. With that being said, and at this late hour, I wish to yield my time to Mr. Ed Gray from Capital Trust to highlight some of the points in my letter, very briefly, please, and for your consideration and again for contemplation. Thank you.
Okay.
And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Mr. Gray, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I'm not going to reiterate the benefits of this partnership over the years. That would be insulting to all of us because we're all aware of what we've done together, how much we've accomplished, and how much is meant for the area. I'm not going to talk about Pensacola or Gulf Breeze because everything we've ever done together has been to benefit the area, and we've been partners in doing it. Mr. Spencer, you asked an excellent question. What brought on the fight? The answer is it was no intentional fray here. And by the way, I only became involved in this the last 2 days. My role with the city has to do with financing programs that you're all aware of and you've participated in. Mr. Messer, I appreciate your comments about not being offensive with what you have to do. I respect the position you're in, and I wish we had met on different circumstances before tonight. I look forward to working with you in the future in some other role. All that being said, look about 1,000 feet next door to this building. The sewer plant's gone. Ivan came through and did extraordinary damage, but we all recognize with any hurricane disaster, there's some benefits you can see through all of that mayhem. The city of Pensacola and the ECUA got together and decided through FEMA and other funding, move the sewer plant, improve the downtown presence of Pensacola. Likewise, with FEMA funds, the city of Gulf Breeze says we don't want to rebuild structures that really serve of no value except a decrepit operation that was there. Let's improve the infrastructure of the area. Gulf Breeze took its equity from FEMA funds and put it into an asset to serve the beach, which, by the way, will enhance the economic vitality of the area. Every customer out there that currently is going to resolve or save upwards of 40 to 50% in their propane utility costs because they're going to natural gas is benefiting, and the area benefits. So it was an act to benefit the area, not at all discounting the fact it's an enterprise of the city of Gulf Breeze to operate a gas system, just like it is ESP. So I'm not about to tell you we're philanthropic totally in our motives. It's a money-making enterprise. But when you talk about protecting a franchise, particularly the Pensacola Beach part of the franchise, Mr. Messer, and I certainly recognize your Swiss cheese comment applying to the county at large, But the part of the cheese, Pensacola Beach, for Pensacola to serve, is going to take an $8 to $10 million investment to get the infrastructure from 17th Avenue all the way through Gulf Breeze to the beach. I don't think ESP can justify that kind of capital expense and recoup that capital investment going to Pensacola Beach. Gulf Breeze could, because it's not having to incur debt. It's taking FEMA funds and equity funds and putting it into the system. Pensacola Beach will benefit from it, the area will, and we have no intention except to reward the city of Pensacola through added transportation fees that it will gain on the additional volume going to Pensacola Beach. That is the plan. Mr. Johnson, your point was well taken too from the standpoint of a strategy. Strategy being, let's start a suit, maybe we'll all talk more efficiently and more seriously. The problem is those 7 sets of attorneys that have been working on this, their clocks run even more when you have a lawsuit going. If we weren't going to be hundreds of thousands of dollars later paying attorney's fees, your idea probably has merit. But I think the problem is we've had 7 sets of attorneys involved. Let Mr. Suarez and Mr. Eddy get at the table, iron out the business deal, come back to these two bodies, and make it happen. That's the answer here, because I'm taking the business approach to this, the pragmatic approach, the reasonable approach, rather than 7 sets of attorneys that have been going at this, as I understand it, 5 years. So I applaud your action so far. Obviously, Mr. Johnson's right. I can count the votes too. But in the mediation process, please involve the right parties. Don't have the 7 sets of attorneys that have been spinning this thing for the past 5 years be the mediators. That's proven to not work.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, no. Mr. Eddy, now, you can talk about the franchise and what a great thing it is for Pensacola Beach, but I just want to remind you that what I see as the main issue that's being framed here is that discussion that's been going back to 2007 that had absolutely nothing to do with Pensacola Beach. And we want to get that deal done. But anyway, our debate's over with. Go ahead.
And I don't want to, at this late hour, re-debate. I just want to say that in order to move things forward, let's talk about the business points, as Mr. Gray said. If they are business points that are stopping us, let's, Don and I talk about those things and identify which issues are stopping the progress. If it's legal personalities, let's talk about that issue and let's move forward on that level with maybe somebody else. If it's just the issue of franchises, as you talked about, then let's work on that. We still want to pay Pensacola for the right to take gas out to the beach. We have made a proposal on a business point standpoint, and we want to talk about that if that's what is holding things up. If it's just a matter of getting someone that can wrap an agreement around those business points, as has been mentioned by council members and by us, let's work on that. But let's not let this thing languish with attorneys sending emails back and forth. Let's move forward.
Okay.
And I just don't want to debate it any further at this late hour.
Okay, Ms. Dubuisson, thank you.
Thank you, Council, for both your perseverance and your courtesies at this late hour. We're in a catch-22, and I think we all recognize that. And the reason I rise to speak tonight is that I heard Mr. Messer say that we could continue with mediation. Then if we didn't like it, we could go to litigation. But at the end of litigation, we'd probably go back to mediation. So it seems to me that if we could just go into mediation with maybe a little more concerted determination to reach a peaceful solution, you might just come out a little bit better. And perhaps it's the manpower that have been involved. Perhaps it's just not having a strong enough will from this council being stated that you want a resolution to be brought. At the same time, I'd also like to say that if we've weakened our franchise by giving mediation a chance, the real body that needs to be speaking to us and making us whole is not this group who was a potential client, but the person or the body of the county. And so we would again be suing another supposedly friendly entity. So no matter which way we go here, we're looking at having to discuss with the same groups of people who are, after all the greater Pensacola region. and I've heard this so many times in the last few days, you know, we're paying for employment activities that somehow Santa Rosa doesn't feel that, you know, they can pay for, and this one's doing that, and that one's doing this, and it's a trade-off of how we bring our region into a successful space. If we were not able to bring gas to the island, and these, our neighbors, were, let's figure out how to get adequately compensated, preserve the strength of our franchise to whatever degree it can be preserved, and if we were weakened, then go after the only body that weakened us, those who allowed this to happen. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Sansing.
Gary Sansing, 1517 East Jackson, citizen of the city and county. Thank you, Mrs. Dubuisson. And one thing, you started out with a franchise. You know, this is the second time I've looked into this issue, and I, in the past, have found out nothing about what's going on for the last 5 years. And I don't know who that second gentleman from Gulf Breeze was, but he made some valid points. Joe Citizen is seeing attorneys for 5 years trying to resolve this issue. I mean, citizens ask me, what's going on here? You know, why can't they come to an agreement? Well, some people say, well, attorneys are just making money, spinning their wheels. I don't know. It's not a franchise. Oh, one more thing. When you bring up an issue, Mr. Attorney, explain to the public what's it about. Because you know what? They're in the dark. All they know is for 5 years we've been spending money on attorneys and no one knowing what the heck is going on. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Weiss? Okay, all right. All right. Yeah.
We can't debate.
Pardon?
We can't debate anymore.
I know, but you turned on your light after that, though, so
I just want to make sure Mr. Gray can finish his thoughts.
Okay, okay.
That's all it was.
All right.
Thank you.
Please vote.
To capitulate.
Capitulation.
Okay, and that passes on a 5-2 vote. Thank you. Our next item, and for the people from Gulf Breeze, we're finished with this for tonight, and thank you for coming. So, okay, next issue is for the Committee of the Whole agenda item next month. Mr. Mueller wants to give us a presentation on homeless, and he's got a plan that he wants to present. So we need a motion on that.
I'll make the motion that we put that item on the agenda.
Okay?
Second.
There's a second. Discussion? Please vote. Dr. Pratt.
I'm sorry. I just was going to say that I'll support it tonight, but I think in the future, some of those things, it would be nice if the council president met with them and helped us determine what sort of content we will be seeing. Because I think, you know, just to help be the buffer on what comes before us.
Okay, all right. Thank you for throwing me under the bus on that, but thanks. Okay. And that passes 6-1. Thank you. Mr. Reynolds, you want to talk about council executive?
Yes, sir. And a place I've been before. I come to this body, and once again, I'm asking for direction in regards of how you would like to proceed at this point. We all know where we stand, and essentially, you know, I would like to move forward as quickly as possible if you would just simply tell me what direction you would like me to do.
Okay. Ms. Myers.
I'm going to make a motion that we discuss this at the next committee of the whole.
Second.
Motion and a second. Deweese.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like clarification on discussing this, that we do that in some great detail. I have not brought to council my concerns about the process and my efforts because of a family commitment of forwarding my vote to council when it was a ballot of make one selection. I followed the process that we had in place, that Mr. Reynolds and Ms. Kuchera were receiving our rankings based on the videos, and selected the candidate that I wish to have as the executive in that manner, and we changed that, and I abided by what was put in place and gave my vote. And I've done a great deal of calculation on how that vote actually went and what it would have impacted, and it would have been a different outcome. So I don't want to end up in that situation again, but I would like to say discussing it would be making a decision on it at the next committee of the whole, that we would expect to do that.
Are you saying make a decision on hiring one of the remaining three?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe these people turned in their applications in October or November, and the fact that we still have people who are willing to even be considered is sort of shocking to me. That, and I guess one of my concerns is by waiting to the next committee of the whole, that's another month from now, and then et cetera. And I was wondering if it might be possible to just have a special meeting, sometime next week, only this, and knock it out and consider those three candidates and have clear direction to the staff. I at this point, I don't even remember all of the options. I don't think I was in love with any of them in particular, but I think that once we get someone in place, it will help us all define better how we're going to use them. And I don't know that we're going to get better options in the future, and the longer we delay, the more likely the few options we have will start dropping off. So I guess I'll make a substitute motion that we have a special council meeting next week sometime, or at a closer date, so that we can deal with this item and choose between the three candidates.
I'll second your amended motion.
Or substitute motion?
Substitute motion, I'm sorry.
Okay, so what we need to do now is vote as to whether to allow this to be the substitute motion. We're not voting on the motion itself. Sure.
There may be a way of getting a resolution without meeting, and that is those of us that have already ranked, ordered what we want, those remain. The folks that have not been able to rank, order, submit their ranking, and then a final determination made from those numbers. That way, you have all the numbers from the first meeting. I believe the clerk has that. Everybody would have an opportunity to have input, and then the numbers would give us what we want. Now, that's just a suggestion. I think it'll do the same thing. It'll give us the numbers, and it'll keep us from having meetings.
Well, I can tell you the reason I did not participate in that. It was deliberate. To be quite honest with you, I couldn't support any of the four of them in a way, and I just decided whatever the rest of council decides, I will go along with that.
Right.
But as far as being able to go 1, 2, 3, 4, there wasn't any distinction that I felt like I could make among.
Can I respond?
Sure.
And if you felt that way and you felt like you could live with whatever the group decided, then I simply, don't turn in a ballot.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Spencer.
Thank you. Right now, I feel like I will not support Councilwoman Pratt's very earnest, well-stated motion, which is trying to bring a resolution to this in the form of a special meeting. I made an effort to be there. I know that Councilwoman Myers was adamant that that Councilwoman DeWeese's submission not be considered valid. If I recall, went to quite adamant about it, speaking to all of us. And you know, we're down to I think the whole process now is so flawed and so tainted, and that the fact that Councilman Wu, certainly, again, I can appreciate what you're trying to do to avoid another meeting, but the votes were placed. It's public information. The entire process of voting is tainted, and I just I think that, and as much as you don't like to hear this, the process has taken so long. These applicants have seen some of the behavior of this council. I'm surprised we haven't had everyone withdraw, and we've got I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to shed some light on an entirely different type of position, or two or three positions that are more supportive and administrative. And I'm just I'm obviously throwing my hands up in the air, and I apologize for publicly airing that, but that's how I feel.
I share your frustration, Ms. Myers.
Well, I have a great deal of frustration too. I'd like to remind you that the meeting we had was scheduled for just 30 minutes. It didn't start until 7 minutes after 5 o'clock because we were waiting for the president to show up and chair the meeting, and we had not heard from the president, so we didn't know if the president was going to show up. Then the issue of voting in absentia, which I am not in favor of. I believe it's probably illegal and sets a bad precedent. I don't think you can vote in absentia, and that's what it amounted to. The other issue is we had decided, I thought, at the Committee of the Whole, and I believe if you go back and look at the tapes, my friend beside me brought up ranking.
It wasn't approved.
Oh, well, I thought it was, and I thought that's what we had decided. But I do think that we should have another meeting and give people who didn't have the opportunity to vote the way that we decided to vote that day. And remember, after we only had basically 20 minutes to make that decision, and really that was one of the flaws too. So I'm in favor of, if you don't want to have a special meeting, look, we've waited this long. We can do it at the next Committee of the Whole and discuss it, and if we want to vote then we can have another vote. We still have 3 applicants, I believe, who are probably willing to take the position. So that's just what I have to offer.
Mr. Johnson.
I'm going to make this brief. If you're going to wait on my vote, I'm going to have the same vote for the 2 remaining, I believe. We talked about 3, but I think there's 2 left. But my vote will be the same. So if you're going to wait on my vote, just know that it's going to be neutral. It'll just count itself out. It'll just even itself out. So I'm frustrated with this process. It's just gone on and on and on. I'm not going to. I'm fine with either one. If we decide to go that route, if we decide to open it back up, I'm fine with that too. Thank you.
Okay. And I'd be honest with you, and I know this is going to be sacrilege to many here on council. I'm to the point now that I'd just like to turn it over to the mayor, let Mr. Reynolds be heavily involved in the process, they're going to be working more closely with him than anybody, and bring on somebody here young and local, and let Mr. Reynolds help groom them. But anyway, we're voting on to whether this to be a substitute motion or not from Dr. Pratt. He has to have a special meeting sometime next week.
Got to vote, guys. You got to choose something.
We're not voting on the motion itself. We're just voting on whether it's going to be the substitute motion.
Oh, wait a minute.
Okay, clear the votes, please.
I'm fine.
Okay.
Ms. Myers?
Ms. Myers?
What do you want me to do?
Vote yes or no.
Oh, on what?
Substitute motion, we're still on that. He cleared your-
Whether you want this to, her motion to be the substitute motion. We're not voting on the motion itself.
I don't know, I'm gonna.
Well,
vote
just
yes.
pick one then. Okay. So that actually fails on a 4-3 vote. Well, actually, a procedural vote, we can do it with 4. Isn't that right, Ms. Burnett? Since this is not like an ordinance or resolution, it still takes 5 votes?
To my knowledge, you're in a council setting, it would take 5, but I'll
Five
refer
votes,
to
okay, so
legal.
that fails. We're back to the main motion. And so,
To wait a month.
okay. Okay. All right.
I'll call the question.
Okay. Well, I don't think you're going to have to. I think we're just ready. So let's vote. Okay, and that fails on a 4-3 vote. So, okay. Well, I want you guys to have all your constituents just bug the fire out of me to sit down with Mr. Reynolds and the mayor. Well, the mayor's out of town, but with Mr. Reynolds, and let's decide on what the next step's going to be. And we'll have something on the agenda in July for you to consider. Or we'll call a special meeting if need be. Okay. Now, Boston, Mueller, Council Executive, okay, Gulf Breeze. Got all that taken care of.
Can
Now,
I
yes.
make a comment? Do you need us to make a motion authorizing you to work with?
Sure, let's do that.
So I
Please.
move to authorize
Yeah,
the council
I feel
president
better about that.
to work
yes.
with Mr. Messer on a, and Mr. Wrong person over there.
Mr.
somewhere.
Messer was an excellent choice, Dr. Pratt.
Okay.
To create a plan for us to get this resolved, whether it's use the old votes or whatever you want to create.
Okay.
I second.
Second.
I
Please
call
vote.
the question.
Okay, please
No, I
vote.
don't. You'll have to vote on that.
Ms. Myers?
Okay, and that passes unanimously. That moves us to open forum. Mr. Sansing. Okay.
Can we say that, Gary?
Gary Sansing, 1517 East Jackson, citizen of the city and county. You know, I use that word citizen because, you know, there's a lot of people, especially on the west side, well, in LA County, they just fly in and stay. So what I do is, you know, you got a new governor out there, and I followed the guy, I met him, I've flown with him, I've gone to his private parties. That's Jerry Brown. In another word, well, what I'm trying to lead to, another word we better start listening to. The word is frugal. There's not a lot of money floating around in our economy. We have borrowed from the Chinese till they said no more. Now we're spreading. Oh, Mr. Spencer, I know I got your undivided attention. I wanted to give you a compliment. You know, when you speak, you generally speak to the mind. bring it down to you. Most of you up there, when you speak, you turn to one another. Public don't hear. I like that comment you made last week, you know. Drag it forward and speak into it. They are movable. And I actually am in a good mood.
I can tell.
You can tell. I think things are getting done here. I think more so in the rest of the state, believe me. We are made aware of the problems. We ain't overbuilt. And we ain't got a lot of people that shouldn't be here. They're welcome. When I left the meeting, we just got a new retired Army guy in my neighborhood. When you drive up 14th, when you leave Jerry's Liquor, you'll see a big old base there and cleaned up the neighborhood. There's young people moving in, and they're professional. I'm not professional. I'm hardcore. I'm Hawkshaw. And they didn't, he was retired Army. You know, they didn't ask me to re-enlist. But my captain, my fight and die for him, and we respected one another. I'm chilling out for a moment, so I can deal with you.
Chill out. What I'd like to do.
Okay.
Chillax.
Huh?
Chillax.
All right.
I'd like to go home and chill out is what I'd like to do. It's
But
not
one more
sense.
thing, you know, right outside, I gotta thank you again for putting up with the homeless. They're from all over. I shouldn't say that. It's called Occupation Wall Street. That's how it all started, and it's coming together to make a group to educate us as to what's going on. I listened to J.P. Morgan, CEO, trying to explain to the Senate. I mean, what a whitewash that is. I mean, they're spinning, and people are saying, I'm captain of spin. When I hear that, they're just telling lies. Good night, Miss Cherry.
Good night, Jerry.
See you tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow is our Moving for Change is having a banquet. You're all welcome. And maybe you'll come and listen. We got Alistair McKinsley as a guest speaker. And we can't save the world's problems. I mean, Kennedy at his State of the... No. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
We're adjourned.